There we are.
I'm Kenneth Wayne.
Wait. I have to introduce us all again. Hi, I'm Eleanor Elizabeth Foreman. I'm the playmaster of the first and probably last full-length, complete, uncut play reading on Zoom of Peer Gynt, performed on the playwright Henrik Ibsen's birthday, March 20th. I will be primarily playing Asa, but I'm also going to be playing a bunch of other roles of people who were not able to make it at the last moment. Take it away, next person.
I'm Tony Scheinman. I'll be playing the part of the king of the Dovra, or trolls, the voice of the Boig, the voice of the statue of Memnon, Herr Begriffenfeld, and the button molder.
Oh, great.
I'm Sean Buckley. I'm young Peer Gynt.
I'm J. Aubrey Jones, and I'm middle-aged Peer Gynt.
Angus Hepburn doing narrator and old Peer Gynt.
And I'm Jolene Carpenter, and I am doing Ingrid.
Erica Amato, I'll be doing Solveig's mother, Carrie, a cotter's wife, Monsieur Ballon, a thief, and broken straws.
Jennifer Finger, I'm doing Helga in the first Cowgirl.
Sheila Spencer, I dance. I'm Anitra, I dance.
And I have to ask one more time, I need someone who can at least fake a German accent to play Eberkoff.
What scene is that, or what page?
It starts around 1:13. It's the scene with Monsieur Ballon. I would have volunteered, but I can't talk to myself.
And I'll do it. Sehr gut. Oh, guten Morgen. What's the name of the person?
Herr Eberkoff.
Herr Eberkoff. Okay. Always.
And I'm Beth Conley playing young Solveig.
I'm Virginia Hammer, and I'm doing groom's mother, not woman in green, not old woman, receiver, hoo-hoo, watch, cook, and dewdrop.
And her Eber thingy.
Wayne, I'm playing Asla.
You need to address your sound is not working.
My sound?
It's breaking up. You're breaking up.
Oh, I'm not sure what I can do about that.
That was better just now.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably your internet connection. Do you have an option of a? I know I have two different ones. One is higher than the other one, the 5G one. Do you have that?
The only one I have. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, what you can do, you can leave and restart your computer, and that will hopefully fix the problem.
Oh,
I'll try that. Just let me finish introducing myself. I'm Aslak the Smith, and a man dressed in mourning. We're the same person. So I'm going to go off and join you again later. Thank you.
I'm Mary Lou Garmon, and I am playing the old woman and the voice of the songbird and the whisperer.
Where's Jackie?
Oh, I see Flavius is here.
I would like to
There's Anton.
give special thanks to Stephen Brown, who helped make this possible.
He provided the text, did he?
No, but he talked Paul into scheduling this and then decided it was too much for him. But he also gave me lots and lots of invaluable advice.
Yeah, Stephen was going to do Brand one day and this the next day.
Well, I don't want to go on and on, but last night I got so into reading about Ibsen's life and his father's life, who died at sea, age 80. He was a rich Merchant.
Look, we got 5 hours of this.
We
Can we
gotta
get going?
Gotta get going.
Yeah.
Anton, did you introduce?
Yeah, we got a long day ahead of us.
My name is Anton Spivak. I'm playing the groom.
Yay.
Anything else I need to say?
No, you don't need to list all of your parts if you don't want to.
So who else am I playing?
Oh, didn't you get the list?
Yeah, I got the list of. Let's see. I'm checking the list. I got the groom. I'm.
Jackie is raising her.
Oh yeah, the warriors, the helmsman, chef, another keeper, mayor, and elderly man. Got that.
Let's see. I have a feeling I need to do something. Jackie needs me to readmit her. Okay. That I can do.
Okay, so I will be narrating with video off. As soon as I get the okay from...
dead. What happened there?
I don't know what happened.
I also have to disappear too.
What is that sound?
Paul's mic's on.
Okay, are we ready to go?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Take it away, Angus.
Okay, Peer Gynt by Henrik Ibsen on his birthday, Act 1, Scene 1. The wooded mountainside near Asse's farm with a stream rushing past. On the further bank stands an old mill. It's a hot summer's day. Peer Gynt, a sturdy youth of 20, comes down the path, followed by his mother, Asa, who is short and slight.
I love them so deeply. They're so
Peter,
important to me.
you're lying.
No, I'm not.
Well then. Wait. Cut.
Cut. Who can't keep their mouth shut off screen?
Paul's thing. So whoever the host is can mute Paul. I'm gonna edit all of this. Don't worry.
Okay. Thank you.
Everybody
Yeah,
who's
don't
not
worry.
on needs to mute themselves. I'm going to remute.
I don't think
Thank you.
I don't think Paul's at his computer or Marin's at her computer. So whoever's the host can mute her.
To begin again.
Yes.
Well, we gotta make sure that computer's muted. Whoever the host is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know who the host is because it's not me. But
Yeah, who is the host of the Zoom?
Isn't it Marin Sugarman? I think it's Marin Sugarman.
the host is the one with the hot mic.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Marin.
Okay, muting.
Marin.
There we go.
Right.
Take 2.
Act 1, Scene 1, a wooded mountainside near Asa's farm with a stream rushing past. On the further bank stands an old mill. It's a hot summer's day. Peer Gynt, a sturdy youth of 20, comes down the path, followed by his mother, Asa, who is short and slight.
Here, you're lying.
No, I'm not.
Well, then will you swear it's true?
Swear? Why should I?
You daren't. Your whole tale is a pack of lies.
Every blessed word is true.
I wonder you can face your mother. First of all, just when the work is at busiest, off you go to prowl about the hills for weeks after reindeer in the snow. Come back with your clothes in rags, game bag empty, and no gun. Then you have the cheek to think you can make your mother swallow such a pack of lies as this about your hunting. Tell me then where you found this precious buck.
West of Gendon.
I dare say.
I was leeward of the blast, behind a clump of trees. He was scraping in the snow for some moss.
Oh, yes, no doubt.
I stood and listened, held my breath, heard the scraping of his hoof, saw the antlers of his horn. Then Upon my belly crawled carefully between the rocks, peeked from cover of the stones, such a buck, so sleek and fat, I suppose was never seen.
I expect not.
Then I fired. Down the buck came on the ground, but the moment he had fallen, I was up astride his back on his left ear, got my grip, and was just in the act of thrusting with my knife into his gullet just behind his head, when hi! With a scream, the ugly beggar scrambled up upon his feet. From my hand, his sudden back throw jerked my hunting knife and scabbard, pinned me to his loins, and held me by the legs between his antlers, like a pair of mighty pincers. Then he rushed with bounds gigantic right along the ridge of Gendon.
Christ in heaven.
Have you ever been upon the ridge of Gendon? Whew, fully half a mile it stretches at the top, as sheer and narrow as a scythe blade. Looking downward past the slopes and past the glaciers, past the gray ravines and gullies, either side you see the water wrapped in dark and gloomy slumber, half a mile at least beneath you. Right along it, he and I clove our passage through the air. Never rode I such a steed. Far ahead, the peaks were sparkling as we rushed along. Beneath us, in the void, the dusky eagles fell away like motes in sunshine. Oh, you could see the ice floes breaking on the banks, yet hear no murmur. But the sprites that turn us dizzy danced and sang and circled round us. I could hear and seemed to see them.
Heaven help.
All on a sudden, on the precipice's edge, from the hole where I lay hidden, almost at the reindeer's feet, up a ptarmigan rose, cackling, flapping with its wings in terror. Then the reindeer, madly swerving, gave a bound sky high that sent us plunging o'er the edge and downwards.
Asa totters and grasps a tree trunk.
Gloomy precipice behind us, fathomless abyss below us. First, through clouds of mist we hurtled, then a flock of gulls we scattered, wheeling through the air and screaming downwards still and ever downwards. But beneath us, something glistened, whitish, like a reindeer's belly. Mother, 'twas our own reflection mirrored in the lake beneath us, rushing up, it seemed, to meet us just as swiftly and as madly as we downwards rushed towards it.
Pierre, God help me. Tell me quickly.
Buck from air and buck from water met with might splashed together, scattering the foam around us. Then at last we somehow managed to the northern shore to struggle. Buck, he swam and dragged me after. So I got home.
But where's the reindeer?
I expect he's where I left him.
He turns on
You
his
find
heel.
him, you may keep him.
And your neck you haven't broken, nor your legs, nor smashed your backbone? Praise and thanks to God to be given for his goodness that has saved you. There's a rent across your breeches, it is true, but that is scarcely worth a mention when one thinks what the harm might well have been from a leap like that of yours. Are you lying, little devil? Christ above us, what a liar. All that rigmarole you told me is the tale of Gunbrand Glesna that I heard when I was 20. 'Twas to him that all this happened, not to you.
Yes, it did. History repeats itself.
Lies, I know, can be so furbished and disguised in gorgeous wrappings that their skinny carcasses not a soul would recognize. That's what you've been doing now with your wonderful adventures, eagle's wings and all that nonsense. Making up a pack of lies, tales of breathless risk and danger till one can no longer tell what one knows and what one doesn't.
If a man said that to me, I'd beat him to a jelly.
But to God, I were dead and buried in the cold black earth. Prayers and tears have no effect. You're a hopeless ne'er-do-well.
Oh, dearest, pretty little mother, every word you say is true, so be gay and happy.
Don't talk nonsense. How could I be happy if I wanted to, with such a pig as you for son? Don't you think it's pretty hard for a poor weak widow never to feel anything but shame? How much is there left of all that your grandfather enjoyed in his days of comfort? Where are the well-filled money bags left by good old Rasmus Gynt? 'Twas your father emptied them, pouring money out like sand, buying land in all directions, gilded coach to ride about in. Where's the stuff we spent so freely wasted? All that at the famous winter banquet, when each guest said glass and bottle crash against the wall behind him.
Where are the snows of yesteryear?
Hold your tongue when I'm speaking. See the farmhouse, scarce a window but is smashed and stuffed with dishclout. Scarce a hedge or fences standing, no protection for the cattle from the wind and wet, the meadows and the fields all lying fallow, every month distraint on something.
Oh, that's enough of dismal wailing. Off when our luck's been dropping, it's grown as strong as ever.
Where it grew, the soil is poisoned. Pierre, you certainly don't lack good opinion of yourself. You're just as brisk and bumptious, just as pert as when the parson who had come from Copenhagen asked you what your Christian name was, telling you that where he came from, lots of men of high station would be glad to be as clever. And your father was so grateful for his amiable praises that a horse and sledge he gave him. Ah, me. All went well in those days. Parsons, captains, and such people dropping in to see us daily, filling up with drink and victuals till they were nearly bursting. But it's when your fortunes alter that you get to know your neighbors, since the day when rich John Gynt took the road with peddler's pack. Not a soul has e'er been near us. You're a stout and strapping fellow. You should be a staff supporting your old mother in her troubles. You should work the farm for profit and look after all the little that your father left behind him. Heaven knows it's precious little use you've been to me, you rascal. When you're at home, you're loafing by the fire or grubbing idly in the ashes and the embers. When you're in the town, you frighten all the girls you meet at dances, so that I'm ashamed to own you, fighting with the lowest tramps.
Oh, let me be.
Can you deny you were foremost in the brawling in that dogfight of a scrimmage down at Linden? Who but you cracked the blacksmith Aslak's arm, or at least, any rate, disjointed one of his 10 fingers?
Oh, who stuffed you up with that?
Why, the cottars heard his howls.
Oh, well, yes, but it was I that howled.
What?
Yes, mother, I got thrashed.
What?
Well, he's a lusty chap.
Who is?
Aslick, as I felt.
Shame. I'd like to spit him upon you. To let such a scurvy swiller, such a worthless junkin rascal beat you. Often I've endured shame and scorn on your account, but that this disgrace should happen is the very worst of all. If he is a lusty fellow, need that mean that you're a weakling?
Well, it doesn't matter to me if I'm beat or if I'm beaten. Either way, you start your wailing. You may cheer up.
Are you lying now again?
Yes, just this once. So you may as well stop crying. See, it was with this pair of pincers that I bent the blacksmith double while my right hand was my hammer.
Oh, you brawler, you will bring me to my grave by your behavior.
Nonsense, you're worth something better. Better 20,000 times, little, homely, dainty mother. Just believe what I'm saying. All the town shall do you honor. Only wait till I have done something really great.
You.
Who knows what lies before him?
If you ever know enough to mend your breeches when they're torn, 'tis the most that I could hope for.
I'll be a king, an emperor.
Oh, God, help me. Now he's losing what was left him of his wits.
Yes, I shall. Just give me time.
Of course. As the old proverb runs, everything comes to him that waits.
Mother, you shall see.
Be quiet. You're as mad can be. After all, it's true enough. Something might have come of you if you'd thought of something else but your stupid lies and nonsense. Hagstad's daughter fancied you, and you might have won the game if you'd rightly gone to work.
Do you think so?
The old man is too weak to stand against her. He's obstinate enough in a way, but in the end, it is Ingrid takes the lead, and where she goes, step by step, the old hunks comes stumbling after. Oh, Peer, a richly dowered girl, heir to his lands. Just think of it. You might, if only you had liked, in bridegroom's finery be dressed instead of in these dirty rags.
Oh, come on. I'll be a suitor now.
Where?
Why, the Hagsted.
Poor boy. The right of way is barred to you.
What do you mean?
Alas, alas. You've lost the moment, lost your chance.
How's that?
While you were on the hills, riding your reindeer through the air, Madsmund went and won the girl.
What? He? That guy the girls all laugh at?
Yes. Now she's betrothed to him.
Oh, just wait till I've harnessed up the cart.
You needn't take the trouble. The wedding is tomorrow.
Oh, I'll get there by this evening.
Why? Do you want to make things worse? Just think how everyone will mock us.
Oh, cheer up. All will turn out right. No, Mother, we won't take the cart. We haven't time to put the mare in it.
He lifts her off her feet.
Let me alone.
No, in my arms you shall be carried to the wedding.
And wades out into the water.
Help! Help! Oh, heaven protect me, Pierre! We'll drown!
No, we shan't. I'm born to meet a better death.
That's true. You'll probably be hanged.
Pulls his hair.
You beast!
Oh, you'd keep best quiet, for just here the bottom's smooth and slippery.
Yes!
Yes, abuse me if you like. Words don't do any harm. Aha! Oh, the bottom's sloping upwards now.
Don't lose your hold of me.
Oh, yep! We'll play at Pier and Reindeer now. I'm the reindeer, you are Pier.
I'm sure I don't know what I am.
Oh, see here now. Here's an even bottom.
And he wades to the bank.
Now give your steed a pretty kiss to thank him for the ride you've had.
That's the thanks I'll give him.
Oh, that's a scurvy sort of tip.
Put me down.
Not till we get to where the wedding is afoot. You're so clever, you must be my spokesman. Talk to the old fool. Tell him Madsmund's a sot.
Put me down.
And tell him, too, that sort of lad that Peer Gynt is.
Yes, you may take your oath, I will. A pretty character I'll give you. I'll draw a faithful portrait, too, and all your devil's pranks and antics I'll tell them of in every detail.
Oh, will you?
And she kicks him in her temper.
My tongue till the old man sets his dog upon you as upon a tramp.
Oh, then I think I'll go alone.
All right, but I shall follow you.
Dear mother, you're not strong enough.
Not strong enough? I'm so worked up that I could smash a heap of stones. Oh, I could make a meal of flint. So put me down.
Oh, yes, if you promise.
Nothing. I'm going there with you, and they shall know the sort you are.
Oh, no, you won't. You'll stay behind.
Never. I'm going there with you.
Oh, no, you aren't.
What will you do?
I'll put you on the millhouse roof.
And so he does.
Lift me down.
If you'll listen.
Bah.
Now, little mother, listen.
She throws a bit of turf thatch at him.
From this moment, Peer.
If I dared, I would indeed. Remember to sit still and quiet, not to kick your legs about, nor break the tiles to break or loosen, or an accident may happen and you might fall off.
You beast.
Don't shift.
I wish you'd been shifted up the chimney like a changeling.
Mother, shame.
Who?
You should rather give your blessing on my journey. Will you?
I'll give you a thrashing, big as you are.
Oh, well, goodbye. Only have patience, mother dear. I shan't be long.
He's about to go, but instead turns and lifts a warning finger.
But don't forget, You mustn't try to move from there.
Heaven help me, he's gone. Reindeer rider, liar. Hey, will you listen? No, he's off over the meadows. Help! I'm giddy.
Two old women with sacks on their backs come down the path towards the mill.
Christ! Who's screaming?
Me.
Will you have had a lift in life?
One that won't do me much good. I'll be booked for heaven directly.
Bless your passing.
Fetch a ladder. Get me down that devil pier.
What? Your son?
Now you can say you've seen how he behaves.
We'll bear witness.
Only help me to get straight to Hagstad.
Is he there?
You'll be revenged then. Asiak Smith will be there too.
Oh, God help me, my poor boy. They'll murder him between them. You may bet that's what will happen.
That's a lot off to be talked of. Comfort you must be.
And
You can
calls,
see she's what? There's
what translation are you using, Mary Lou?
different than mine.
I'm using the translation I could bring up.
Well, you're not. We've all got different text. Your lines are totally different from.
Please.
Yeah. Second old woman calls up the hill.
Okay, you can see she's lost her senses. Ivan, Danders! Hi, come here! Peer Gynt has put his mother up upon the mill house roof.
Scene 2. A little hill covered with bushes and heather. The high road, shut off by a fence, runs at the back. Peer Gynt comes down a footpath, goes quickly up to the fence and stands looking out over the landscape beyond.
Yonder lies Hagstead. I shall soon be at it.
And climbs half over the fence, then stops and considers.
I wonder if Ingrid's sitting all alone. No? Folk with gifts are swarming up like midges. Perhaps I'd better turn and go no farther.
Draws his leg back.
There'll be their grins behind my back for certain. Whispers that seem to burn their way right through you.
He moves a little away from the fence and begins plucking leaves.
If only I'd a good strong drink inside of me, or could just slip into the house unnoticed. Or if no one knew me. No, some good strong liquor would be best. Their laughter wouldn't hurt then.
He looks around suddenly, then hides among the bushes. Some country folk carrying presents pass along the road on their way to the wedding.
With a drunkard for a father and a poor thing of a mother, it's no wonder the boy is such a wastrel.
Oh, was it of me they gossiped? Oh, well then. Anyway, they can't kill me with their gossip.
And he throws himself down on the heather slope, and for some time lies on his back with his hands under his head, staring up into the sky.
Curious cloud. That bit's like a horse. And there's its rider, and saddle, and bridle. And behind them, an old crone is riding a broomstick. That's Mother. She's scolding and screaming, "You beast! Hi, Peer, come back!" Yes, now she's frightened. There rides Peer Gynt at the head of his henchmen, his charger gold-shod, silver-crested his harness. Peer carries gauntlets and saber and scabbard, wears a long coat with a fine silky lining. Splendid, the men in his retinue following, but there's not one sits his charger as proudly, not one that glitters like him in the sunshine. The people in groups by the wayside are gathered, lifting their hats as they stare up in wonder. The women are curtsying. Everyone knows it's Kaiser Peer Gynt and his 1,000 retainers. Half-guinea pieces and glittering shillings are strewn on the roadway as if they were pebbles. Rich as a lord is each man in the parish. Peer Gynt rides over the seas in his glory, England's prince on the shore is awaiting, and England's maidens all ready to welcome him. England's nobles and England's Kaiser rise from their seats, and he deigns to approach them. Lifting his crown, speaks the Kaiser in welcome.
Hello? Look here. Why, it's Peer Gynt, the drunkard.
What, Kaiser?
Get up on your feet, my young fellow.
Oh, what the devil, the blacksmith? Well, pray, what do you want?
He hasn't got over our spree down at Lunde.
Oh, just leave me alone.
That I will, but young fellow, what have you done with yourself since we parted? It's 6 weeks ago. Have the troll folk been at you?
Oh, I can tell you I've done something wonderful, Aslick.
Let's hear it then, Peer.
Oh, no, it wouldn't interest you.
Shall we see you at Hegstad?
You won't.
Why, the gossip says there was a time you were fancied by Ingrid.
Oh, you dirty-faced crow.
Now, don't get in a temper. If the girl has refused you, there surely are others. Remember, the goodly John Gynt was your father. Come along to the farm. There'll be girls at the wedding as tender as lambkins and widows well seasoned.
Oh, go to hell.
You'll be sure to find someone who'll have you. Good evening. I'll give the bride all your good wishes.
They all go off laughing and whispering. Pierre stands for a moment looking after them, then tosses his head and turns away.
Well, Ingrid at Hadestead may wed whom she pleases for all I care. I shall be just as happy. Breeches all torn, all dirty and tattered. If only I had something new to put on me. If I only could carve at their breasts like a butcher and tear out the scorn and contempt they show me. What was that? Who is it that's laughing behind there? I certainly thought I heard. No, there's no one. I'll go home to Mother.
He moves off, but stops again and listens in the direction of Hegstad.
Oh, the dance is beginning.
Stares and listens, moves step by step towards the fence. He rubs his hands down his legs.
The girls swarm. 7 or 8 of them there for each man. Oh, death and damnation. I must go to the party. But what about Mother? Sitting up there on the roof of the mill house.
His eyes wander towards the fence again. He skips.
I can hear them out dancing a hailing. Gutorm's the boy, how he handles his fiddle. Oh, he'd sparkle and flash like a stream at a waterfall. And think of the girls, all the pick of the neighborhood. Yes, death and damnation, I'm off to the party.
And he vaults over the fence and goes off down the road. Scene 3, the courtyard of the farm at Hegstad. The farm buildings are at the back. A number of guests are assembled and a lively dance is in progress on the grass. The fiddler is seated in the table. The steward stands in the doorway. Cooked maids pass to and fro between the buildings. The older folk are sitting around and gossiping.
Ah, the bride, to be sure, she is crying a little, but that's a thing that is not out of the usual. Now then, my friends, you should empty your noggins. Oh, here we are. Ah, thank you kindly. You fill up too quickly. That's the way it got on. Don't spare your fiddle strings.
Rape it out till it echoes over the meadows.
Ah, that's a good step.
He's lusty and nimble.
The roof here is high and the walls far apart, you know.
The bridegroom comes up, whispering to his father, who is standing talking to some others, and pulls at his jacket.
Father, she won't. She's not being nice to me.
What won't she do?
She has locked herself in.
Well, you must see if you can't find the key.
But I don't know how.
Oh, you're a nuisance. He turns to the others again. The bridegroom drifts across the courtyard. The boy comes from behind the house.
I say, you girls, now things will be livelier. Peer Gynt's arrived.
Who invited him?
No one did.
If he should speak to you, don't seem to hear him.
No, we'll pretend that we don't even see him.
Peer Gynt comes in, hot and eager, stops in front of the group and rubs his hands.
Ah, who's the nimblest girl of the lot of you?
Not I.
Not I. Nor I either.
Then you dance with me, for want of a better.
I haven't time.
You then?
I'm off homeward.
Homeward tonight? Are you out of your senses?
Pierre, she has taken an old man to dance with.
Well, where are the disengaged girls?
Go and look for them.
Go and look for them. He moves away from Peer Gynt, who has suddenly become subdued. He glances furtively and shyly at the group. They all look at him, but no one speaks. He approaches other groups. Wherever he goes, there's a sudden silence. When he moves away, they smile and look after him.
Glances and thoughts and smiles that are cutting, jarring on one like a file on a saw blade.
He sidles along by the palings. Solveig, holding little Helga by the hand, comes into the courtyard with her parents.
These are the newcomers?
Living up.
Yes, Alhedo.
Ah, yes, of course they are.
Peer Gynt advances to meet the newcomers, points to Solveig and addresses her father.
May I dance with your daughter?
You may, but before that we must go indoors and give our host greeting. And in they go.
As you're here, I suppose you must wet your whistle.
Thanks. I'm for dancing. I don't feel thirsty.
The steward leaves him. Peer Gynt looks towards the house.
Oh, how fair she is. Was there ever fairer? Eyes glancing down at her shoes and white apron, and the way she held on to her mother's skirt, too, and carried a prayer book wrapped in a kerchief. I must have a look at her.
He's about to go into the house, but is met by several youths coming out.
What? Off again? Off already? Away from the dance?
No.
You're on the wrong road then.
Well, let me get past.
Are you frightened of Aslak?
I frightened.
Remember what happened at Lawn?
The group laughs and moves off to where the dancing's going on. Solveig comes to the door.
Are you the boy who wanted to dance with me?
Of course I am. Can't you tell by the look of me? Come on.
But I mustn't go far. Mother said so.
Oh, mother said. Were you only born yesterday?
Well, don't laugh.
It's true. You're almost a kiddie still. You grown up?
I shall soon be confirmed, you know.
Oh, tell me your name, then we can talk easier.
My name is Solveig. Tell me what yours is.
Peer Gynt.
Oh, heavens.
Why? What's the matter?
My garter's come loose. I must tie it more carefully.
And she leaves him.
Won't? What won't she do? Bridegroom?
Oh. What won't she... I'm looking.
Page 40.
Page 40, okay.
Up.
Okay. What, Mother? She won't?
She won't? What won't she do?
Mother, she won't.
What?
Unbar the door to me.
You're only fit to be tied in the stable, sir.
Poor boy, don't scold him. He'll be all right presently.
A youth comes in with a crowd of others who've been dancing.
Brandy Pier?
No.
Oh, just a drop.
Have you got any?
Maybe a hat.
He pulls out a flask and drinks.
Ah, that's got a bite in it. Well.
Oh, let me try it.
Yeah, have a pull at mine.
Oh, no.
What rubbish! Don't be a simpleton. Have a drink, Pierre.
Give me a drop of it.
Come, let's be off.
Well, why? Are you afraid of me?
Do you think there is any that isn't afraid of you? You showed us what you could do down at Lund.
I can do better than that if I'm roused, you know.
He's getting on. Come on now. Tell us.
They make a ring round Peter.
Come on now.
Fear.
Tell us.
What can you do?
No, I'll tell you tomorrow.
No. Tell us tonight.
Can you show us some witchcraft, Peter?
Oh, I can conjure the devil.
My grandmother, she could do that long before I was born, they say.
Liar! What I can do, no one alive can do. Why, once I conjured him into a nutshell right through a wormhole.
Of course we can guess that.
He swore and he wept and promised to give me all sorts of things.
But had to go into it.
Yes. And then, when I'd stopped up the wormhole, Lord, if you heard him buzzing and rumbling.
Can't see.
'Twas like a great bumblebee buzzing.
And pray, have you got him still in the nutshell?
Oh, no. The old devil got right clean away again. It's his fault the blacksmith dislikes me.
How's that?
Because I took him to the smithy and asked the smith to crack the nutshell for me. And he said he would. I laid it on the anvil, but you know, Aslick's very heavy-handed. And with a will, he laid on with his hammer.
Did he kill the devil?
No, he laid on stoutly, but the devil looked after himself and just vanished through ceiling and walls in a flame of fire.
And Aslak?
Stood there with his hands well roasted. That day, we've never been friendly.
That's a fine rigmarole.
That's your best story.
Do you suggest I made it up?
Oh, no, I know you didn't, for I've heard this story told by my grandfather.
Liar! It happened to me, I tell you.
Oh, well, that's all right.
I can ride through the clouds on horseback. There's lots of fine things I can do, I tell you.
Peter, let's see you ride clouds.
Yes, dear.
Oh, you won't need to beg me so humbly. One day I'll ride like a storm over the lot of you. The whole countryside shall fall at my feet.
Why, now he's raving.
Yeah, the great Bowby.
Braggart.
Liar.
Just wait and you'll see then.
Yeah.
I was waiting you'll get your jacket well dusted.
Good sound rubbing. A nice black guy, too.
Here, is it true you can ride through the clouds then?
Yeah, anything, Mads. I'm the boy, I can tell you.
I suppose you have a coat that will make you invisible.
An invisible hat, do you mean? Yeah, I have one.
He turns away from him. Solveig comes across the courtyard, leading Helga by the hand. Peer Gynt goes to meet them.
Ah, Solveig! Oh, I'm happy you've come to me.
And grasps her wrists.
Oh, now I shall swing you around most nimbly.
Oh, let me go!
Why?
You look so wildly.
Oh, well, the reindeer grows wild when summer's approaching. Come along, girl. Come, don't be sullen.
And she pulls back her arm.
No, I daren't.
Why?
No, you've been drinking.
Moves away a little with Helga.
Oh, I wish I had stuck my knife in the lot of them.
Anton.
Okay, wait, I'm coming.
Please
okay,
keep up.
can't you help me to get in there where the bride is?
Bride, where is she?
In the loft.
Oh, is she?
Oh, come, Pierre. Dear Pierre, you might try to.
Oh, no, you might manage to do so without me.
And a thought strikes him.
Ingrid? The loft?
And he goes to Solveig.
Have you made up your mind then?
Solveig turns to get away, but he bars her path.
Well, I look like a tramp, and you're so ashamed of me.
Oh, no, you don't. That isn't the truth.
And it's because you think I'm fuddled. Well, but that was for spite, because you'd hurt me. Oh, come along then.
I daren't if I wanted to.
Who are you afraid of?
Mostly of father.
Your father? Oh, yes, he's one of those solemn ones. Sanctimonious, isn't he? Well, answer me.
Well, what shall I say?
Perhaps he's a preacher. And you and your mother the same, I dare say. Are you going to answer me?
Well, let me alone.
I won't. I can turn myself into a troll. I shall come and stand by your bed at midnight, and if you hear something that's hissing and spitting, don't you suppose it's your cat you're hearing? It's I, and I'll drain your lifeblood out of you and your little sister. I'll eat her up, for I turn to a werewolf whenever the night falls. Your lions and your back I'll bite all over.
And he changes to entreat her.
Dance with me, Solveig?
Oh, now you are horrid.
And she goes into the house. The bridegroom drifts up to peer again.
I'll give you an ox if you'll help me.
Come.
They go behind the house. At the same moment, a crowd comes back from dancing, most of them drunk. There's noise and confusion. Solveig, Helga, and their parents come out to the door.
Be quiet.
No, here we'll settle the matter. Peer Gynt or I shall get a thrashing.
Yeah, let him fight.
No, we must fight. We want no arguing.
Be quiet, man.
Will he hit him, Mother?
It's better fun with his lies to tease him.
Kick him out, I say.
No, spit in his face.
Are you backing out?
I'll murder the beggar.
See now what they think of the booby?
Asa comes in with a cudgel in her hand.
Is my son here? He shall have such a drubbing. Just wait and you'll see what a thrashing I'll give him.
No, your little body's too weak for that.
Aslak will thrash him.
Thrash him.
Hang him.
What? Hang my peer. Just try if you dare. This old ass's got teeth and claws. Where is he?
She calls across the courtyard.
Here.
God in heaven! Come, father, mother! Come, father, mother!
What's the matter?
Oh, Peer Gynt,
What? What? Have you killed him?
No, Peer Gynt, look! Up there on the hillside!
With the bride!
A beast.
Where the hill is steepest, he's climbing, by God, like a mountain goat.
And carrying her under his arm like a pig!
I wish he would fall and take care of your footing.
I'll have his life for his rape of the bride.
No, may God punish me if I let you.
Act 2, Scene 1.
One moment. Let us sort out why Aslak is not showing up on the screen. There you are.
I didn't know my video was off. I was reading the PDF. Sorry.
Okay, your sound is.
Yeah, his internet's not able to carry sound and video cleanly.
Yeah, the sound quality will actually be better if the video's off.
Yeah.
And you restarted your computer and came back, correct?
I did, and now I'm off for quite a while. So.
Okay.
Okay.
And we're back for Act 2?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Act 2, Scene 1. A narrow track high up on the mountainside. It's early morning. Peer Gynt comes hurriedly and sulkily along the path. Ingrid, wearing some of her bridal ornaments, is trying to hold him back.
Oh, get away.
What, after this? Where to?
Anywhere you like.
What deceit.
It's no use railing. We must go our own ways. Both.
Think what binds us two together.
Oh, the devil take all thinking, and the devil take all women. Except one.
And who is she?
She's not you.
Who is it then?
Oh, get you back to where you came from. Go back to your father.
Dearest. No, you surely can't be meaning what you say.
I can, and do.
Wait, to ruin me and then forsake me?
Well, what have you got to offer?
Hagstead Farm and something more.
Is your prayer book in your kerchief? Where's your mane of hair all golden? Do you glance down at your apron? Do you hold on to your mother by her skirt? Come, answer.
No, but...
Shall you go to confirmation very shortly?
No, but dearest...
Are your glances always bashful? If I beg, can you deny me?
Christ, I think he's lost his senses.
Does one feel a holy feeling when one sees you? Answer.
No, but...
Then what matter what you offer?
She turns to go.
Remember, it's a hanging matter to forsake me now.
So be it.
Well, rich you may be and respected. If you take me...
I can't do it.
Oh, you tempted.
You were willing.
I was wretched.
I was mad.
You'll pay a heavy price for this.
I should call the heaviest cheap.
Is your mind made up?
Like stone.
Very well. You'll see who'll win.
And she goes down the hill.
Oh, the devil take all thinking, and the devil take all women.
All but one.
Yes, all but one.
They each go their own way. Scene 2. By a mountain lake on boggy moorland, a storm is blowing up. Asa, in despair, is calling and searching in every direction. Solveig can scarcely keep pace with her. Her parents and Helga are a little way behind. Asa beats the air with her arms and tears her hair.
Everything's against me with the might of anger. The skies and the water and the hateful mountains. Frogs from the skies are rolling to mislead him. Treacherous waters will delude and drown him. Mountains will crush or slip away beneath him. And all these people, they're out to kill him. By God, they shall not. I can't do without him. The oath, to think the devil thus should tempt him. I'm a girl. One simply can't believe it. He who was always full of lies and nonsense. He who was only clever with his talking. He who had never done a thing worth telling. Oh, I want to laugh and cry together. We were such friends in our need and troubles. For you must know my husband was a drunkard. Made us a byword in the neighbors' gossip. Brought all our good estate to rack and ruin, while I and Pearkin sat at home together. Tried to forget. We knew no better counsel. I was too weak to stand up stoutly to it. It is so hard to face the fate that's coming, and so one tries to shake one's sorrows off one, or do one's best to rid one's mind of thinking. Some fly to brandy, others try romancing. So we found comfort in the fairy stories, all about trolls and princes and such cattle. Tales, too, of stolen brides. But who would ever think that such stories in his mind would linger? What a screech! A nixie or a kelpie! Pierre, oh my Pierre, up there on the hillock!
She runs up onto a little hillock and looks out over the lake. Solveig's parents come up to her.
Not a thing to be seen.
It's worse for him.
Oh, Pierre, my own lost lamb.
I lost indeed.
Say no such thing. He's so clever, there's no one like him.
You foolish woman.
Oh, yes, I may be foolish, but he is fine.
His heart is stubborn, his soul is lost.
No, God's not so hard as that.
You think he feels the weight of his sinning?
No, he can ride through the air on a reindeer.
Christ, are you mad?
What are you saying?
There's nothing that is too great for him. You'll see, if only he lived to do it.
'Twould be best to see him hang on the gallows.
Good God!
When he's in the hangman's clutches, perhaps his heart may turn to repentance.
Your talk will make me dazed and giddy. We must find him.
Save his soul.
And body. We must drag him out if he's in the marshes, and ring church bells if the trolls have got him.
Ah, here's a track.
May God repay you if you help me aright.
'Tis our Christian duty.
All the others are naught but heathens. There is only one that would come and wander.
They knew him too well.
He was much too good for him. And to think his life is in danger.
Oh, here's a footprint.
That's the way we must go then.
We'll scatter and search below the pastures. He and his wife go on.
Tell me some more.
About my son?
Yes. Tell me everything.
Everything? Twould weary you.
You'd be sooner wearied with telling me than I with hearing.
Scene 3. Low treeless hills below the higher mountains whose peaks show in the distance. It's late in the day and long shadows are falling. Pierre comes running in at full speed and stops on a slope.
Oh, they're after me now. The whole of the parish, and everyone's taken his stick or his gun. The old man from Hagstead's leading them, howling. It's as soon got abroad that Pierre Quint is in the quarry. A different thing from a fight with the blacksmith. This is life. All my muscles are strong as a bear's.
He swings his arms about and leaps into the air.
To overthrow everything. Breast a waterfall, strike, pull a fir tree up by the roots. This is life. It can harden and it can exalt. To hell with my trumpery lying.
3 cowherd girls run across the hill shouting and singing.
Trying to welfare, Bard and Carr. Listen, Charles, would you sleep in our arms?
Who are you shouting for?
Trolls. Tron, come lovingly.
Come, lusty bard. All our beds and our hunter are empty.
Love is lusty.
And lustiness, love.
When boys are lacking, one plays with trolls.
Where are your boys then?
They can't come. Mine called me dearest and sweetheart too. Now he is wed to an elderly widow.
Mine met a gypsy wench up at Lean. Now they are both on the road together.
And mine made an end of our bastard brat. Now on a stake his head is grinning.
Trond of Balthia, Bard and Carr. Listen, trolls. Did you sleep in our arms?
Whoa. I am a 3-headed troll, and the boy for 3 girls.
Can you tackle the job?
Oh, you shall see if I can.
To the hut.
We had me.
Oh, let it flow.
This Saturday night, not a bed shall be empty.
And she kisses Pierre.
He gleams and glitters like glowing iron.
Like a baby's eyes from the blackest tarn.
He dances with them.
Dismal bodings and wanton thoughts, laughter in eyes and tears in throat.
The girls make long noses at the mountain tops and shout singing.
Trond of Balthia, Bard and Carr. Listen, trolls, did you sleep in our arms?
And they dance away over the hills with Pierre Gynt between them. Scene 4. Among the mountains, the snowy peaks are gleaming in the sunset, and Pierre comes in looking wild and distraught.
Palace o'er palace is rising. See, what a glittering gate. Stop. Will you stop? It's moving farther and farther away. The cock on the weather vane's lifting its wings as if for a flight. Into rifts of rock it has vanished, and the mountains barred and locked. What are these roots and tree trunks that grow from the clefts of the ridge? They are heroes with feet of herons, and now they're vanished away. A shimmer, like strips of rainbow, my sight and mind assails. Are they bells that I hear in the distance? What's weighing my eyebrows down? Oh, how my forehead's aching, as if I'd a red-hot band pressing. But who the devil put it there, I don't know.
He sinks down.
Oh, a flight o'er the ridge of Gendon, romancing and damned lies, over the steepest walls with the bride, and drunk for a day, hawks and kites to fight with, threatened by trolls and the like, sporting with crazy lasses, damned romancing and lies.
He gazes upwards for a long time.
There hover 2 brown eagles. The wild geese fly to the south, and I have to trudge and stumble knee-deep in mud and mire.
He springs up.
I'll go with them, cleanse my foulness in a bath of the keenest wild. Up aloft I'll lave my stains in that glittering christening font. I'll away out over the pastures. I'll fly till I'm pure and clean, fly o'er the ocean's waters, o'er the Prince of England's head. Ah, you may stare, you maidens, I'm flying, but not to you. It's of no use your waiting, yet I might stoop below. Why, where are the two brown eagles? They're gone to the devil, I think. See, there's the end of a gable. It's rising, bit by bit. It's growing out of the rubbish. See, now the door stands wide. I recognize it. Grandfather's farm new built. Gone are the clouts from the casements and the fence that was tumbling down. Lights gleam from every window. They're feasting there within. Listen. The parson's tapping his knife upon the glass. The captain's hurled his bottle and broken the mirror to smash. Let them waste and let them squander. Hush, mother, there's plenty more. It's rich John Gynt that's feasting. Hurrah for the race of Gynt! What's all the bustle and rumpus? What are the cries and shouts? Oh, where's Peer? The captain's calling. The parson would drink my health. Oh. Go in then, Peer, for the verdict you shall have it in songs of praise. Great Peer were thy beginnings, and in great things thou shalt end.
He leaps forward, but runs his nose against a rock, falls, and remains lying on the ground. Scene 5. A mountainside with trees in full leaf through which the wind is whispering. Stars are twinkling through the branches. Birds are singing in the treetops. A woman in green crosses the slope, and after her follows Peer Gynt, performing all sorts of amorous antics.
It's true.
Oh, as true as my name is Peter, as true as that you are a lovely woman. Will you have me? You'll see how nice I can be. You shall never have to weave or to spin. You shall be fed till you're ready to burst. I promise I will never pull your hair.
Nor strike me either.
No. Is it likely? We, sons of kings, don't strike our women.
A king's son?
Yes.
Oh, I'm the dove king's daughter.
Oh, are you really? Well, well, how suitable.
In the mountains, my father has his castle.
And my mother a larger one, let me tell you.
You know my father? His name's King Ross.
Ah, do you know my mother? Her name's Queen Ouse.
Ah, the mountains reel when my father's angry.
If my mother begins to scold, they totter.
My father can kick to the highest rafters.
My mother can ride through the fiercest river.
Besides those rags, have you other clothing?
Ah, you should see my Sunday garments.
Oh, my weekday garments are gold and silver.
Oh, it looks to me more like tow and grasses.
Oh, yes, there's just one thing to remember. We mountain folk have an ancient custom.
Ooh.
All that we have has a double shape. So when you come to my father's palace, it would not be in the least surprising if you were inclined to think merely a heap of ugly stones and rubbish.
Oh, that's just the same as it is with us. You may think our gold all rust and mildew and mistake each glittering window pane for a bundle of worn-out clouts and stockings.
Oh, black looks like white and ugly like fair.
Big looks like little and filthy like clean.
The woman in green falls on his neck.
Pierre, I see we are splendidly suited.
Like the hair to the comb or the leg to the breeches.
She calls over the hillside.
My steed, my wedding steed.
A gigantic pig comes running in with a rope's end for a halter and an old sack for a saddle. Peer Gynt swings himself up onto its back and seats the woman in green in front of him.
Hoopla! We'll gallop right into the palace. Come up, my noble charger.
Oh, and to think I was feeling so sad and lonely. One can never tell what is going to happen.
He whips up the pig, which trots off.
Yeah, great folk are known by the steeds they ride.
Scene 6. The royal hall of the King of Trolls, a great assembly of troll courtiers, brownies, and gnomes. The Troll King is seated on his throne with his crown and scepter. His children and nearest relations sit on either side of him. Peer Gynt is standing before him. There's a great uproar in the hall. Slay him, slay him! A Christian son has tempted the fairest daughter of our king.
Let me slash him on the fingers.
May I tear his hair out for him?
Let me bite him on the buttocks.
Ooh.
Let me boil him down for a broth.
Shall he toast on a spit or be browned in a kettle?
Quiet. Keep calm.
And he beckons to his counselors to approach him.
We must not be too boastful. Things have been going badly with us lately. We don't feel sure if we shall last or perish, and can't afford to throw away assistance. Besides, the lad is almost without blemish, and will build too, as far as I can gather. It's true enough, he has only one head, but then my daughter hasn't more than one. 3-headed trolls are going out of fashion. 2-headed even nowadays aren't common, and their heads usually are not up to much. And so, my lad, it's my daughter you're after?
Yes, if she comes with a kingdom for dowry.
You shall have half while I am living, and the other half when I'm done.
I'm content with that.
But stop, young fellow. You've got to give some pledges also. Break one of them and our bargain's off, and you don't get out of here alive. First, you must promise never to give thought to aught except what within these hills is bounded. Shun the day, its deeds, and all the sunlit places.
Oh, if I'm called king, 'twill not be hard to do.
Secondly, now I'll see how far you're clever.
And he rises from his seat.
Let's see if you've got a wisdom tooth that can crack the nut of our monarch's riddle.
What is the difference between trolls and men?
There isn't any, as far as I can gather. Big trolls would roast and little ones would claw you, just as it is with us, if only we dared do it.
True, we were like in that and other things too. Still, just as morning's different from evening, so there's a real difference between us. And I will tell you what it is. Out yonder under the skies, men have a common saying, "Man, to thyself be true." But here amongst trolls, troll, to thyself be... Enough, it runs.
Well, do you fathom it?
It seems rather hazy.
Enough, my son. That word so fraught with meaning must be the motto written on your buckler.
Well, but...
It must! If you're to be a king here.
All right, so be it. It is not much worse than...
Next, you must learn to value rightly a simple, homely way of living.
The Troll King beckons, and 2 trolls with pig heads, wearing white nightcaps, bring food and drink.
Our cows give cakes and our oxen mead. No matter whether their taste is sour or sweet, the great thing to remember is that they're homemade and home-brewed.
Peer pushes the things away from him.
Oh, the devil take your home-brewed drink. I'll never get used to your country's habits.
The bowl goes with it, and it is golden. Who takes the bowl gets my daughter too.
Of course, we're told that a man should master his disposition, and in the long run, perhaps the drink will taste less sour. So, here goes. No.
Now that was sensibly said. But you spit?
I must trust to the force of habit.
Next, you must take off all your Christian clothing, for you know, We boast that in the Dovre, all's mountain made. We've nothing from the valleys except the bows of silk that deck our tail tips.
I haven't got a tail.
Then you shall have one.
And he calls to one of the courtiers.
See that my Sunday tail is fastened on him.
No, that he shan't. Do you want to make a fool of me?
Don't try with tailless rump to court my daughter.
Making a beast of a man.
My son, you're wrong there. I'd only make a courtly wooer of you. And as a mark of very highest honor, the bow you wear shall be of bright flame color.
We're taught, of course, that man is but a shadow, and one must pay some heed to use and want to. So, tie away.
Ah, you're coming to your senses.
Just see how nicely you can wag and wave it.
Oh, now, do you mean to ask anything more of me? Do you want me to give up my Christian faith?
No. To keep that, you are perfectly welcome. Faith is quite free and pays no duty. It's his dress and its cut that a troll should be known by. If we're of one mind as to manners and costume, you're free to believe what would give us the horrors.
You are really, in spite of your many conditions, more reasonable than one might have expected.
We trolls are better than our reputation, my son. And that is another difference between you and us. But now we have finished the serious part of the present assembly. Our ears and our eyes shall now be delighted. Let the harp maid waken the Dovre harp's strings. Let the dance maiden tread the Dovre hall's floor.
Music strikes up and they dance.
What do you think of it?
Think of it.
Tell me quite openly. What did you see?
See, what I saw was impossibly ugly. A cowbell thrumming her hoof on a gut string, a sow in short stockings pretending to dance to it.
Eat him!
Remember, his understanding is only human.
His eyes are cut off his ears. Are we to endure it, my sister and I, when we played and danced?
Was it you? Well, you know, at a banquet, a joke's a joke. No offense was intended.
Will you swear to me you were only joking?
The dance and the music were both delightful.
It's a funny thing, this human nature. It clings to a man with such persistence. Suppose we fight it and it is wounded. There may be a scar, but it heals up quickly. My son-in-law is now most accommodating. He has willingly cast off his Christian breeches, willingly drunk of the mead-filled goblet, willingly tied on a tail behind him, is so willing, in fact, to do all we ask him, that I certainly thought the old Adam banished for good and all. Then, all of a sudden, we find him uppermost. Yes, my son, you certainly must undergo some treatment to cure this troublesome human nature.
What will you do?
I'll scratch you slightly in the left eye, and then your vision will be oblique, and all you look on will seem to be perfection. Then I'll cut your right hand window.
Oh, you're drunk.
The Troll King lays some sharp instruments on the table.
See, here are Glazier's two tools. You must be tamed like a raging bullock. Then you'll perceive that your bride is lovely, and never again will your sight deceive you with dancing sows or bell cows thrumming.
What? That's fool's talk.
It's the Troll King's word. He is a wise man, and you the fool.
Just think what a lot of trouble and worry you will be rid of for good and all. Remember, too, that the eye is the source of the bitter, scaring flood of tears.
Well, that's true. And it says in the family Bible, if thine eye offend thee, pluck it out. But tell me, when will my sight recover and be as it is now?
Never, my friend.
Oh, really? Then I must decline with thanks.
But what do you mean to do?
To leave you.
Softly. It's easy to get within here, but the Troll King's gate doesn't open outward.
Oh, you surely don't mean to detain me by force.
Now listen, Prince Peer, and give way to reason. You're cut out for a troll. Why, look, already you bear yourself in quite in a troll-like fashion. And you want to become one, don't you?
Of course. In return for a bride and a well-found kingdom. I'm not unwilling to sacrifice something, but all things have their natural limit. I've taken a tail, it's true, but then I can undo the knots that our friend has tied and take the thing off. I've shed my breeches, they were old and patched, but that won't prevent me from putting them on if I have a mind to. I shall probably find it just as easy to deal with your trollish way of living. I can easily swear that a cow's a maiden, and oath's not a difficult thing to swallow. But to know that one never can get one's freedom, not even to die as a human being, to end one's days as a troll of the mountains, never go back, as you tell me plainly, that's a thing that I'll not submit to.
No, on my sins I'm getting angry. I'm not in the mood to be made a fool of. You scurvy lout, do you know who I am? To begin with, you make too free with my daughter.
That's a lie in your throat.
And you'll have to marry her.
Do you dare accuse me of?
Can you deny that she was the object of your desire?
Whew. But no more than that. What the deuce does that matter?
You human beings are always the same. You are always ready to talk of your souls. Yeah, but heed nothing really of save what is tangible. You think desires are things that don't matter? Wait, your own eyes will prove to you shortly.
There's no use baiting your hook with lies.
My peer, ere the year's out, you'll be a father.
Unlock the doors, I'm going.
We'll send the brat in a goat skin.
I wish I could wake up.
Shall we send them to your palace?
Oh, send to the parish.
As you like, Prince Peer. It's your affair solely. But one thing is certain. What's done can't be undone. And you will see how your offspring will grow up. Mongrels like that grow remarkably quickly.
Oh, come, old chap. Don't go at me like a bullock. Fair maiden, be reasonable. Let's come to terms. I have to confess that I'm neither a prince nor rich, and however you make my measure, I'm sure you won't find you've made much of a bargain.
The woman in green faints and is carried out by the troll maidens. The troll king looks at him for a while with a contemptuous expression.
Dash him on the rocks, my good children.
Oh, Dad, mustn't we play at Owls and Eagles? Mayn't we play at Owls and Eagles? Or the wolf game, or Grey Mouse and the Fiery-Eyed Pussy?
Yes, but be quick. I'm angry and sleepy. Good night.
And he goes. Peer Gynt is hunted by the troll imps.
Let me go, you devil's brats.
And tries to climb up the chimney.
Brownies, come bite him!
Ow!
He tries to get away through the cellar flap.
Oh, stop all the hose up!
And the youngsters enjoy it,
Enjoy it.
fighting with an imp who has bitten deep into his ear.
Ah, you filth, let go.
Rapping Peer Gynt over the knuckles, the troll courtier.
A little respect for a king, you scoundrel.
Rat hole.
and he runs towards it.
Stop up the hose, Brownie Brothers!
The old man was foul, but the young ones are worse.
Slay him!
I wish I were small as a mouse.
They swarm all about him.
Don't let him escape!
I wish I were a louse.
Now jump on his face!
He's smothered in trolls.
No, help! Mother, I'm dying.
Church bells are heard afar off.
Bells in the valley! The black fox cows!
And the trolls disperse in a turmoil with wild shrieks. The hall falls to pieces, and everything disappears. Scene 7. It's pitch darkness. Peer Gynt is heard slashing and hitting about him with a branch of a tree.
Answer! Who are you?
Myself.
Let me pass then.
Go round about, Peer. Room enough on the mountain.
Peer Gynt tries to pass another way, but runs up against something.
Who are you?
Myself. Can you say as much?
I can say what I like, and my sword can strike. Look out for yourself. I'm going to smash you. King Saul slew hundreds. Peer Gynt slays thousands.
And he hits about himself wildly.
Who are you?
Myself.
That's a silly answer. And you can keep it. It tells me nothing. What are you?
The great boy.
No. Are you really? Things were black before, but some gray is showing. Out of my way, boy.
Go round about, Peer.
No. Through you.
And he hits out wildly.
He's down.
He tries to get on, but always runs up against something.
Are there more of you?
The boy, Peer Gynt. The one and only. The boy that's unwounded. The boy that was hurt. The boy that was dead. And the boy that's alive.
Peer Gynt throws away his branch.
My weapon's bewitched, but I have my fist.
And he strikes out in front of himself.
Yes. Put your trust in your fists and strength. Peer Gynt, they'll bring you out on top.
Oh, backward or forward, it's just as far. Out or in the ways as narrow. It's there, and all about me. Oh, I think I've got out, and I'm back in the midst of it. What's your name? Let me see you. Say what you are.
The boy.
Peer feels around himself.
Neither dead nor alive. Slime and mistiness, no shape or form. It's as if one were smothered amidst any number of bears that are growling at being waked up. Ah! Why don't you hit out at me?
The boy's not as foolish as that.
Oh, strike at me.
The boy doesn't strike.
Come fight. You shall fight with me.
The great boy can triumph without any fighting.
I'd far rather it were the brownies tormenting me, or even just as much as a 1-year-old troll. Just something to fight with, and not this blank nothingness. It's snoring now. Boig!
What is it?
Show fight, will you?
The great boy can get all he wishes by gentleness.
Peer Gynt bites his own hands and arms.
Oh, for claws and teeth that would tear my flesh. I must see a drop of my own blood flow.
A sound is heard like the beating of wings of great birds.
Is he coming, Bog?
Yes, foot by foot.
Sisters of Flower, fly to meet us.
If you mean to see... If you mean to save me, girl, be quick. Don't hang your head and look down blushing. Get your prayer book, hit him straight in the eye with it.
He's calling.
He's ours.
Come, sisters, quickly.
An hour of torture such as this is too dear a price to pay for life.
And he sinks down.
Oh, Bog, he's down. Bog, seize him. Seize him.
Church bells and the singing of psalms are heard in the distance.
He was too strong. There were women behind him.
And the boy gradually dwindles away to nothing. Scene 8. On the hillside outside a hut on Ace's mountain pasture. It's sunrise. The door of the hut is barred. Everything is empty and still. Peer Gynt lies asleep by the hut. Presently he awakes and looks around him with listless and heavy eyes.
Oh, I'd give the world for a pickled herring.
And he spits again. Then he sees Helga approaching, carrying a basket of food.
Oh, are you there? Youngster, what do you want?
It was Solveig.
Oh, where is she?
Behind the hut.
If you come any nearer, I'll run away.
Perhaps you're afraid I shall carry you off.
For shame.
Do you know where I was last night? The Troll King's daughter's hunting me down.
'Twas well done then that we rang the bells.
Oh, Peer Gynt's not quite the lad to get caught. What's that you said?
Oh, she's running away.
And runs after Solveig.
Wait for me.
Oh, see what I've got in my pocket. A fine silver button, and you shall have it if you speak up for me.
Let me go.
Well, take it then.
Let me go. And my basket.
You'd better look out if you don't.
You frightened me.
He lets her go.
No. All I meant was, don't let her forget me.
And Helga runs off. Act 3. The depths of a pine wood. It's a grey autumn day and snow is falling. Peer Gynt is in his shirt sleeves felling timber. He's just tackled a tall tree with crooked branches.
Oh yes, you're tough, my ancient friend. But that won't help you. You're coming down.
And he sets to work again.
I know you're wearing a coat of mail, but I'll slash through where it never so strong. Yes, you may shake your crooked arms. I dare say you're both fierce and angry, but all the same you shall bow to me.
He suddenly breaks off suddenly.
What lies? It's only an ancient tree. What lies? I'm fighting no mail-clad foe. It's only a fir with its bar all cracked. It's toilsome work, this felling timber. But the devil's own job when all the time one's dreams get mixed up with one's working. All that must stop. This daytime dreaming and always being in the clouds. My lad, remember that you're an outlaw. Your only shelter's in this forest. An outlaw, yes. You have no mother to bring you food and spread your table. If you want to eat, you must help yourself. Get what you can from the woods and the stream. Forage for sticks if you want a fire. Look to yourself for everything. If you need clothes, you must skin a deer. If you want a wall to put around your house, you must break the stones. If you want to build, you must fell the timber and shoulder it and carry it to the spot you've chosen.
He lets his axe fall and stares in front of him.
I'll build a beauty. Up on the roof, I'll have a tower and weather vane. And on the gable end, I'll carve a lovely mermaid. Vane and locks shall be of brass, and window panes shall shine so bright that from afar people shall wonder what it is that they see gleaming in the sun. Damn the lies. Why, there I go again. Remember that you're an outlaw, boy.
And he sets to work feverishly.
A well-thatched hut is quite enough to keep out both the frost and rain.
And looks up at the tree.
It's giving way. One more stroke. There! He's down and fallen all his length, and all the undergrowth is quivering.
He sets to work to lop off the branches. All at once he stops and listens with uplifted axe.
There's someone coming. Ingrid's father, trying to catch me treacherously.
And he hides behind a tree and peeps out.
A boy. Just one. And he looks frightened. He's glancing round him. What's that he's hiding underneath his jacket? A sickle. Now he stands and looks. He lays his hand upon a log. What now? Why does he brace himself? Oh, he's chopped a finger off. Now he's bleeding like a pig, and now he runs with his hand wrapped in a clout.
He comes forward.
He must be mad. Chopped it right off, a precious figure. Oh, and did it too as if he meant it. Oh, I see. If one's not anxious to serve his gracious majesty, that's the only way. So that's it. They would have called him for the army, but he, I see, would be exempted still, to cut off, to lose forever. The thought, perhaps, wish, will, those I could understand. But really, to the deed. Oh, no, that beats me.
He shakes his head a little and then resumes his work. Scene 2. A room in Asa's house. Everything is in disorder. The clothes chest is standing open. Clothes lie scattered about. A cat is lying on the bed. Asa and Kari are trying to put things in order. Asa comes in running to one side of the room.
Kari, tell me.
What is it?
Tell me, where shall I find? Oh, tell me, what am I looking for? I'm going crazy. Where's the chest key?
It's in the keyhole.
What's that rumbling?
The last load going off to Hegstad.
I wish they were taking me in my coffin. What we poor creatures have to suffer. God pity me. The whole house emptied. What Hegstad left, the judge has taken. They've scarcely left me with a rag to put up on my back. Shameful to have pronounced so hard a sentence. Farm's gone now, and all our land. He's a hard man. Law was harder. No one to help me. None showed mercy. Peer gone, and no one to advise me.
You've got this house until you die.
Oh, yes. The bread of charity for me and my cat.
Old mother. God help you. Pierre has cost you dear.
My Pierre, I think you've lost your senses. They got their Ingrid safe and sound. They should have rightly blamed the devil. He is the culprit and no other. It was he, the ugly beast, that tempted my poor dear boy.
Had you not better send for the priest? For all you know, things may be worse than you believe.
Send for the priest? Perhaps I'd better. No, I cannot. I'm his mother. I must help the boy. It's only my duty. I must do my best. When everyone fails me, they've left him that coat. I must get it patched. I wish I had dared keep the bed cover. Where are the stockings?
There, with that rubbish.
Asa fumbles among things.
What's this? Look here, an old casting ladle. He used to pretend to mold buttons with this, melt them and shape them and stamp them too. Once when we'd company, in came the boy and begged of his father a bit of tin. Not tin, said John, King Christian's coin, a silver coin to melt and show that you're the son of rich John Gynt. May God forgive him, for he was drunk. And when he was drunk, it was all the same, tin or gold. Ah, here are the stockings. They're all in holes. I must darn them, Carrie.
They certainly need it.
When that is done, I must go to bed. I feel so bad, so wretchedly ill. Oh, look here, Carrie. 2 flannel shirts that they have forgotten.
Aye, so they have.
That's a lucky find. You might put one of them aside. Or, no, I think we'll take them both. The one he has on is so thin and worn.
No, but Asa, you know that's a sin.
Yes, but you know the parson tells us that all our sins may be forgiven.
To explain the last scene, as a sentence for the crime of the rape of Ingrid, Peer Gynt was proclaimed an outlaw and the forest his only sanctuary. All his possessions became forfeit to Ingrid's father and to the law. Scene 3. Outside a newly built hut in the forest, reindeer horns over the door, deep snow everywhere. It's nightfall. Peer Gynt is standing, fixing a heavy wooden bolt to the door.
There must be a bolt to fasten my door against the troll folk and men and women. There must be a bolt to keep me safe from all the plaguey crowd of goblins. They'll come when it's dark, and I'll hear them knocking. Open, Peer, we're quick as thoughts. Lie under the bed and on the hearth in the ashes. You'll hear us creeping and crawling about. We'll fly down the chimney like fiery dragons. Do you think your nails and bangs can save you from plaguey goblin thoughts?
Solveig comes over the snow on skis. She has a shawl over her head and a bundle in her hand.
God bless your work. You must not reject me. I had your message, and you must take me.
Solveig! It can't be. Yes, it is, and not afraid to come so near me.
I had your message from little Helga, and others I had from the winds and the silence. There was one in all that your mother told me, and others that came to me in my dreams. The dreary nights and the empty days brought me the message that I must come. All light had gone from my life down yonder. I had neither the heart to laugh nor to weep. I could not tell what was in your mind. I could only tell what I needs must do.
But your father?
I've no one on God's wide earth that I can call father or mother now. I've left them forever.
Solveig, my dear, to come to me.
Yes, to you alone. Oh. You must be all to me, friend and comfort. The worst was leaving my little sister, and worse than that, to leave my father, and worst of all, to leave her who carried me at her breast. No, God forgive me, the worst indeed was the bitter sorrow that I must part from all my dear ones.
Do you know the heavy sentence the law pronounced? They've taken from me everything that I had or might have.
'Twas not for what you had or might have I gave up what was dearest to me.
And do you know that if I venture beyond this forest, I'm forfeit if any man can lay a hand on me?
When I asked my way as I came hither, they questioned me. Where was I going? I'm going home. That was my answer.
Oh, then I need no bolts to guard me, no locks against the powers of evil. My hunter's hut is consecrated. If you deign enter it and live there, oh dear, let me look at you. Not too near you. I'd only look at you. How lovely, how pure you are. Let my arms lift you. How slim and light you are, my Solveig. I'd carry you forever, dearest, and never weary. I'd not soil you. I'd hold you warm and lovely body at arm's length from me. Oh, my Solveig, can I believe I've made you love me? Both night and day, 'tis what I've longed for. See, I've built this little dwelling. It shall come down. It's cramped and ugly.
Little or big, I'm happy here. Here one can breathe in the buffeting wind. Down yonder 'twas sultry. I felt hemmed in. It was partly that drove me away. But here where one hears the fir trees soughing, such song and silence, I feel at home.
But dear, are you sure? It means forever.
There's no way back on the road I have trodden.
Oh, you're mine then. Go in. I would see you within. Go in. I'll fetch you some wood for a fire to warm you snugly and flicker brightly. You shall sit soft and never shiver.
He unbars the door and Solveig goes in. He stands silent for a moment, then laughs aloud for joy and leaps into the air.
My princess! Now she is found and won. Now my palace shall spring into being.
He seizes his axe and crosses over to the trees. At the same moment, an elderly woman in a tattered green gown advances out of the wood. An ugly child with a flagon in his hand limps after her, holding onto her skirt.
Good evening, Peer Lightfoot.
What is it? Who are you?
Old friends, Peer Gynt. My hut is quite near here. We're neighbors.
Indeed. I was not aware of it.
As your hut grew up, so mine grew beside it.
I'm in a great hurry.
You always were that. But trudgingly along in the end, I come up with you.
Oh, dame, you're mistaken.
I know I was once, that day when you made me such wonderful promises.
I made you promises? What the devil?
Do you mean you've forgotten the night when you drank at my father's? Do you mean you've forgotten?
I mean, I've forgotten what never took place to remember. What nonsense is this? And when last did we meet?
The last time we met was the first time we met.
She speaks to the child.
Give your father a drink. I think he is thirsty.
His father? You're drunk. Do you mean that this urchin?
You're going to say that you can't recognize him. Have you eyes? Can't you see that he's lame in the shanks as you're lame in your mind?
Do you mean to pretend that...
You can't wriggle out of it.
That long-legged brat...
Oh, he has grown very fast.
Why, you ugly old hag, do you dare assert that this...
Listen, Peer Gynt. You're as coarse as a bullock. Oh, how can I help it if I'm not fair as I was when you tempted me out on the hillside up there in the mountains, and when in the autumn my travail came on me. I'd only the devil to act as a midwife, so it isn't surprising I lost all my beauty. But if you would see me as fair as before, you've only to turn out that girl that's in there, out of your house and your mind and your sight. Do that, dearest lad, and my ill looks will vanish.
Get away, you old witch!
You shall see if I will.
I'll break your head for you.
Try if you dare. You'll find me, Pierre, a hard nut to crack. Every day I shall be back again, peeping at doors and spying on both of you. When you and your girl are sitting together and you're inclined for cuddling and fondling, you'll find me beside you, claiming my share of it. She and I will share you. Turn about. Goodbye, dear boy. If you like the prospect, then wed her tomorrow.
You devil's nightmare.
But I had forgotten. You've got to look after your little son, this graceful urchin. Come on, little imp. You go to your father. The boy, if I hadn't...
An axe, I'd split you in two with it. Just wait.
Oh, what a head he's got on his shoulders. When you're grown up, you'll be just like your father.
Oh, I wish you...
As far off now as we are near you.
And all this comes...
Just the thoughts and desires. Hard luck for you, Pierre.
It's hardest for her. For Solveig, my loveliest, purest treasure.
Oh, yes, the innocent always suffer, as the devil said when his mother thrashed him because his father had come home drunk.
She moves off into the wood with the boy, who throws the flagon behind him.
Round about, said the boy. That's how I must go. My palace is tumbled about my ears. She was so near me. And now there's risen a wall between us, and in a moment my joy is gone, and everything's ugly. Round about. Ah, yes. There's no straight road that leads through this from me to her. No straight road. All the same, there might be. If I remember aright, the Bible says something somewhere about repentance. But I've no Bible. And I've forgotten the most of it. And in this forest, there's not a thing that will give me guidance. Repent? It might take years to do it before I found the way. And meanwhile, a life that's empty, ugly, dreary, and in the end, from shreds and fragments to try and patch the thing together. One can patch up a broken fiddle, but not a watch spring. If one tramples on growing things, they're spoiled forever. But surely the old witch was lying. I can put all those ugly doings out of my sight, but can I put them out of my mind? I shall be haunted by lurking memories of Ingrid, of those 3 girls upon the hillside. Will they come too, and jeer, and threaten, and beg of me to hold them closely and lift them tenderly at arm's length? Oh, it's no use. Were my arms as long as fir trees' stems or pine trees' branches, I should be holding her too near to set her down again unsullied. I must find some way round about, without a thought of gain or loss, some way to free me from such thoughts and shut them from my mind forever.
He takes a few steps towards the hut and then stops.
But go in now, disgraced and soiled, with all these troll folk at my heels, speak and yet not tell all, confess and still be hiding something from her?
He throws away his axe.
No. No, to go and meet her now, such as I am, were sacrilege.
Solveig appears at the door of the hut.
Are you coming, dear?
Go round about.
What do you say?
Dear, you must wait. It's dark and I have a heavy load.
Oh, I'll come and help you bear the load.
No, do not come. Stay where you are. I'll bear the whole of it.
But dear, don't be too long.
Be patient, child. Whether the time is long or short, you must just wait.
Yes, I will wait.
Peer Gynt goes off along the forest path. Solveig remains standing at the half-open door. Scene 4. Asa's house. It's evening. A log fire is burning on the hearth and lights up the room. A cat is lying on a chair at the foot of a bed on which Asa is lying, fumbling restlessly with the sheets.
Mommy, is my son never coming? Nights are so weary and long, and I've no one to take him a message, and so much to say to him now. My time is running short. Oh, how quickly. To think that the end should be this. If only I'd known, I would never have said a hard word to the boy.
And Peer Gynt comes in.
Good evening.
My boy. Oh, God bless you, my dearest. At last you've come. But how have you dared to come hither? Your life is in danger, you know.
Oh, my life. Oh, my life doesn't matter. I had to come down to you now.
And Carrie, she said that you wouldn't. Now I can leave you in peace.
Leave me? Why? What are you saying? And where do you think you can go?
Pierre, it's the end that's approaching. I haven't much longer to live.
He turns away abruptly and walks across the room.
I was running away from my sorrows and thought at least here I'd be free. Are you cold? Are your hands and your feet cold?
Yes, Pierre. You'll be done with me soon. When my eyes lose their light, you must close them, but tenderly, carefully, Pierre. And then you must get me a coffin and see that it's handsome and fine. No, I forget.
Oh, do be quiet. Time enough for all that by and by.
Yes, yes.
And she looks uneasily round the room.
Do you see what a little they've left me? It's all one to them.
There you go. Yes. I know I'm guilty. But what do you think is the good of raking it up to remind me?
No, it was the drink that was to blame. That damnable drink that destroyed you, my boy, for you know you were drunk and didn't know what you were doing. Besides, that wild ride on the buck, I'm sure it was not to be wondered if you were not right in your head.
Oh, never mind all that nonsense and rubbish. Never mind anything now. Let's put off serious thinking till later, another day.
And
now,
he sits down on the edge of the bed.
Now, Mother, let's have a gossip and talk of all sorts of things, except what's ugly and horrid and hurts. Let's forget all that. Oh, bless me. Why? There's old Pussy. To think that he's still alive.
Life. He seems so uneasy. And we all know what that means.
Where's the news in the district?
They do say that hereabouts there's a girl that longs for the mountains.
Ad's moan. Is he content?
They say that she will not listen to the old folks' prayers and tears. You'll have to go and see her. Maybe you could find a way.
And what's become of the blacksmith?
Oh, bother the dirty smith. I'd so much rather tell you her name. That girl's, you know.
No. We're going to have a gossip and talk of all sorts of things except what's ugly and horrid and hurts. Let's forget all that. Shall I fetch you a drink? Are you thirsty? Can you stretch in that little bed? Let me look. Why, this is surely the bed I had as a boy. Do you remember yours sitting beside me at my bed at night, smoothing the bed spread over and singing me rhymes and songs?
Yes. And we played at sleighing when your father had gone away. The bedspread was our apron and the floor, and Eastbound Fjord.
Yes, but do you remember the finest bit of all? Our pair of prancing horses.
Why, yes. Of course I do. 'Twas Carrie's cat we borrowed and put up on a stool.
The Sorry Moria Castle. That's westward of the moon and eastward of the sunrise. O'er hill and dale we flew. The stick that we found in the cupboard made you a splendid whip.
I sat up like the driver.
Yes, and you shook the reins and turned round as we galloped to ask if I were cold. Oh, God bless you, you old scolder. You were a dear to me.
Oh,
Why do you groan?
it's my back, Pierre. It's sore from lying here.
Stretch up and I'll support you. There. Now you're lying snug.
I want to get away, Pierre.
To get away?
Ah, yes. It's what I'm always longing.
What senseless talk is that? See, let me smooth the bedclothes and then sit on the bed. Now we will make the time fly with singing rhymes and songs.
Let me have my prayer book. My mind is ill at ease.
In Sorry Moria Castle, they're having a splendid feast. Rest back upon the cushions. I'll drive you quickly there.
But dear, am I invited?
Of course. And I am too.
He throws a cord around the back of the chair on which the cat is lying. He takes a stick in his hand and sits on the foot of the bed.
Oh, yep. Get on with you, Blackie. Oh, Mother, you're sure you're not cold, huh? Now we shall be moving when Grain kicks up his heels.
But Pierre, I hear something ringing.
That's the glittering sleigh bells, dear.
They sound so strange and hollow.
We're driving over a fjord.
I'm frightened. What is it that's sighing and moaning, so wild and drear?
It's only the firs on the hillside whispering. Just sit still.
I seem to see lights in the distance. What is it that's glistening there?
It's the windows and gates of the castle. Can you hear the dancers?
Yes.
And outside stands St. Peter, asking you to come in.
Does he greet me?
Oh, yes, with honor, and offers you sweetest wine.
Wine? Does he offer cakes too?
Oh, a plate full of them, yes, and our parson's wife preparing your coffee and your dessert.
What? Shall I really meet her?
As soon and as oft as you please.
You're driving your poor old mother to a splendid party, Pierre.
He smacks his whip.
Get up! Get on with you, Blackie.
Are you sure that you know the way?
He cracks his whip again.
I can see the road.
But the journey makes me feel ill and tired.
I can see the castle before me. The drive will soon be done.
I'll lie back with my eyes shut and trust to you, my boy.
Now show your paces, Grain. The castle is all agog. The folk are swarmed to the gateway. Peer Gynt and his mother arrive. Why, what's that? Mr. St. Peter. You won't let my mother in? Well, you must look far, I can tell you, to find a worthier soul. Of nothing, I will say. Myself, I can turn back to the gate. I'll take potluck if you'll have me. If not, it's all one to me, like the devil in the pulpit. I've told a heap of lies. You've called my dear old mother the silly old hen, I know, because she cackled and scolded. But things must be different here. You must respect and revere her sincerely and honestly. You'll not get anyone better from our parts nowadays. Oh, here's God the Father. Oh, St. Peter, you'll catch it now. Just stop that bullying, will you? Mother Asa is welcome here. I knew how it would be. St. Peter's singing small enough. Why do you stare so, Mother? Have you lost your senses, dear? No,
And he goes to the head of the bed.
You mustn't lie and stare so. Speak, Mother. 'Tis I, your boy.
He feels her forehead and hands cautiously, then throws the cord away onto the chair and speaks low.
So it's that. You may rest now, Granny. Our journey's over and done.
He closes her eyes and bends over her.
Thanks, dear, for all you gave me. Thrashings and kisses alike. And now it's for you to thank me.
He presses his cheek against her lips.
There. That was the driver's fee.
Kari comes in.
Oh, Pierre. Well, then her deepest sorrow and grieving will be forgot. Oh, good Lord, how sound she is sleeping. Or is she?
Hush. She's dead.
Kari weeps by Asa's body. Peer Gynt walks to and fro in the room. At last, he stops by the bedside.
See that she's decently buried. I must try to escape from here.
Where shall you go?
To the seacoast.
So far.
Aye. And farther still.
And Peer Gynt goes out. Are we taking a break here?
We could do a break now.
Because we've been going for 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll just take a 5 or a 10.
The scene that we're about to start, Act 4, Scene 1, I've had some dropouts. And even if I take one of the roles, I still need other people as well. We got a Herr von Eberkoff, but we also need a Herr Trumperstraler with a Swedish accent.
Swedish, well, yeah.
Okay.
Well, since I'm not in that scene, I can do it. I can do the Swedish.
Oh, excellent!
Beautiful.
It is here triple halfer.
Thank you.
No problem. I just have to mark it on the script.
Okay. Well, we have a break as it happens in which you can do that.
Eleanor, I'm done, so I'm going to be leaving you guys.
Well, if you would like, we can use you to play the miscellaneous roles that are not assigned.
Oh, okay. Just so let me. All right. Very good. Hold on one sec, and I can do this.
First girl, second woman, third boy sort of things.
Oh, okay. Settings.
In Act 4,
Yep.
what do we do? Some of those characters.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find what we've got coming up. Let's see, we've got Act 4, Scene 3. There are 2 slaves, and Act 4, Scene 6. There's a chorus of women.
Just briefly, can we meet at about 7 or 8 minutes past the hour?
Yes.
For Act 4? Right.
Yes.
I can do the slaves, or one of the slaves.
Okay.
One, two.
And Act 5, Scene 4, there are 3 boys.
I'll look at it. There's a lot of men in the beginning.
Yep.
Hey, Eleanor, I just wanted to let you know I'm still on my route and still, so I probably won't be available since it looks like you just have Act 4 and then Act 5. I won't be around to be the narrator, so that's someone else you'll need to figure out for that.
Okay, it's bad news, but thank you for telling me.
We can have a weird flip, and I can do the narration if you're up for it.
Sure.
Great. Cool. Yeah, I'm really enjoying it, guys. It's a lot of fun. I got booted out of Zoom at one point, and but I've been listening to it mostly on YouTube. So
I got booted too. I had to go back into it again. I didn't know what the hell happened there.
yeah, internet connectivity. Sometimes it just sometimes it's better than others, and sometimes it comes back, and sometimes you have to go out and come back on.
You know, I had a lot of trouble finding my way back in.
Right. Can you guys hear me? This is Virginia. I can hear you all.
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
Yes, we can hear you.
I see that there's a chorus of girls that we could do. Who is Anitra?
Anitra. She's assigned.
Okay, so I guess it's chorus of girls. I see. What else do I see? Anitra's assigned chorus of girls. Anitra, I don't see very much. Mostly Anitra and Peer Gynt. Some girls. It's a lot of not much for anybody else.
This play is just so amazing. Ugh, that was very moving, that last scene. Oh boy.
Thank you.
Oh, with the mother, yeah, that's really interesting.
This play is just, magnificent. I'm so grateful. I always wanted to get to know it.
I saw it at Classic Stage last year.
That must have been something. Wow.
Fabulous. Dylan.
Are they still located at on 13th Street?
Yeah.
Yes.
I get letters from them. I was a member. I got myself a student membership when I had an HB card.
Boy, that must have been
something. Doing that for years. I just put in students.
What was it, about 4.5 hours?
They never asked me for anything.
Wow.
Oh yeah, sorry, Eleanor. I'm sorry. I actually can't do the narration. I forgot I had someone to do it like 4:30, so I might not be able to be here for the whole thing. If someone else would come.
I would narrate.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is Jackie Margolis, is that okay? If I narrate?
Eleanor, what scene are we on in the 4th act?
What?
I'm trying to get it back. What scene are we on in the 4th act?
We're about, when the break is over, it will be act 1. Act
1.
I mean, scene
Act 4, scene
1.
Scene 1. Got it. Okay.
By the way, did anyone get the link to the Charlton Heston film of Peer Gynt that I sent on Facebook?
No, I did not.
No.
That was his very first feature film.
Wow.
In 1941. It was a silent film version.
Jeez. They were still doing silent? Wow.
Well, I think this was actually a student project.
Okay.
Eleanor, do you want me
a full-length film?
You want me
it was filmed in the USA?
I think so, yes.
Wow.
Someone's trying to ask me a question.
Do you want, it's Jackie, you want me to do the narration? He can't do it.
Sure.
Okay. So what do you mean by narration? You're just talking about the stage directions, right?
Yes, but also there's one particular part in scene 6. Peer is going to be addressed by thread balls, withered leaves, sighing, dewdrops, and broken straws.
Well, you already gave me dewdrop.
And I'm the thread balls.
I'm broken straws.
And I'm going to be withered leaves. But what I wanted to say is that I'm going to take a look at them in 1 second. I might have you announce their names beforehand.
Okay.
So Eleanor, I'm playing a slave in scene 6, act 4, scene 6. Is there anything else?
Yeah, you can play one of the slaves in Act 4, Scene 3, and one of the chorus women in Act 4, Scene 6.
Okay.
And, well, maybe Jennifer, are you there?
Yes.
You can be one of the boys. We need 3 boys in Act 5, Scene 4.
Okay.
I guess I'll do one of the boys if you want.
I can do one.
Okay. In a high boyish voice, if you can manage it.
Yeah, boys.
Sure.
Let's see. Henry. I'll pretend I'm Henry. He doesn't have really. Hi, Grandma. It sounds like Henry. Not quite. I'd have to listen to Henry.
Okay.
Kind of turned into radio drama.
Are you able to turn on your video?
No, I keep trying, but it says it's been stopped.
But I keep trying to restore it for you, and it hasn't been working. I guess that Paul's wife has to do it if she's around. If you come out and enter again, that should take care of it. Do that now.
All right, I guess so. All right. I hope I don't go away completely, but that's it. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. Bye-bye, everybody.
See you soon.
Leave meeting.
Okay, just about when she gets back, and we're sure she's back, we'll kick off with Act 4.
This isn't reading the narration?
What?
Am I reading the narration or Angus?
No, I'm doing it.
Oh, then what is it that Paul was doing?
He's taking over narration for Act 5.
No, Paul said he can't do it for Act
5.
I'm doing Act 5. Okay.
So you're doing Act 5. That's good, because I'm doing Pier in Act 5.
Okay.
And it would be a bit silly doing both.
So I'll carry. After Act 5, do I continue going on? Is there Act 6 here? Or
No.
No, there is no Act 6.
Good God, no.
Get started.
Forbid.
Don't even joke about such a thing.
No. Hey, Virginia, we can see you. Can't hear you, but we can see you.
Yay, okay, well, that was good.
Now we can hear you. Okay. And so, if everybody's ready, we're going to kick off with Act 4, Scene 1.
Ready? Hold on, I need to close the chat room. Hold on.
Okay.
So I can see the script. Okay, great.
I have to get the PDF.
Were you saying something, Eleanor?
I'm not quite ready yet.
Okay, just give us a second while she gets ready.
PDF.
Well, I guess
110. Okay. Page 12.
It looks like working on that script was actually probably worthwhile, Eleanor.
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
Thank you, Angus.
Find the script, Angus. Where did you find it?
No, it's the one that Eleanor sent out. And what I did was I just cut and paste all the text into a word processor and then spent about 15 hours editing it.
You did this? Angus, you made that happen?
But we'll have
it. Yeah.
Oh, Angus.
Because we couldn't.
I'm still using the one she sent.
That's impossible. I wouldn't know how to cut or paste.
Oh my gosh, Angus, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much,
He's
Angus.
a hero.
Well, I couldn't. Well, I tried to scan the one that she originally sent but it's images in the PDF.
Yeah.
And my system that I was using the script on was so low, you'd scroll up and it would sort of think for about a minute before it actually showed the page.
Yeah, I saw one before, and it was like Arthur Rackham type illustrations.
Yeah, this is the text from that. I just cut and pasted all the text out of it.
Oh my gosh.
But then I had to format it because none of the formatting came across.
Oh, wow.
You turned Carrie into Carl.
I did at one point, yeah. That I didn't change it. Some of the cutting and pasting. By the way, does anybody know what the correct name for the poetry in this is? It's 4 beats to the line.
Well, that's iambic quadrimeter, I guess. Right?
The translator uses different forms at different times.
Yeah, he switches around a bit. Sometimes it's only 3.
Tetrameter is 4.
Well,
yeah, because like Moliere does everything in Alexandrians. That's sextameter, right?
Yeah. Yeah, the French have to have a bigger number.
Bien sûr.
Mais oui.
It gets a little sing-songy, just like quadrimeter gets a little sing-songy.
But it's very, very different. I had the England classic, but it's
Hello. In Act 5, Scene 6, do introduce the names of the characters, the thread balls, withered leaves, sighing dewdrops.
Yeah, you told me.
Yes, you said so.
I've been told.
Should we start?
Yep.
Wait,
Okay,
wait a
ready.
second. I have to go back to what page are we on?
112.
113.
112.
Chapter 113. Oh, sorry, I'm using the old version.
Eleanor, I am the
110, what it's not?
and I am the first slave and the first woman, or the first woman, whatever. I'm the first in each one.
It jumps in pages because there's a picture on the text at that point, which didn't come across. I made sure it didn't come across. Okay, are we all set, everybody?
Yes.
Right. Act 4, Scene 1. A grove of palm trees on the southwest coast of Morocco.
Is everyone off?
Yeah, we're about to start on our world tour, everybody. So, Act 4, Scene 1. A grove of palm trees on the southwest coast of Morocco. A dining table is spread under an awning, rush matting underfoot. Further back in the grove, hammocks are hanging. A steam yacht flying the Norwegian and American flags is lying off the shore. A jolly boat is drawn up on the beach. It's nearly sunset. Peer Gynt, now a good-looking middle-aged man, dressed in a neat travelling suit with a pair of gold-mounted eyeglasses dangling on his breast, is presiding at table as host to Monsieur Cotton, Monsieur Ballon, Herr von Eberkoff, and Herr Trumpeter Strahler. The party have just finished a meal. Peer Gynt is passing the wine.
Drink, gentlemen. If man is meant for pleasure, let him take his pleasure. The past's the past. What's done is done, so we're taught. What may I give you?
As host, dear brother Gynt, you're splendid.
The credit's just as much my purses, my cooks, and stewards.
Very well. Then here's a health to all the 4.
Monsieur, your taste, your ton is such as nowadays one seldom meets with amongst men living en garçon. A certain je ne sais quoi.
Quite so. A breath, a gleam of introspection, world citizenship's inspiration, a glance that pierces clouds, that's free from any narrow prejudices, a glimpse of higher criticism, a simple nature coupled with life's experience and thereby uplifted to the highest power. I think that's what you meant, monsieur?
Yes, very possibly. In French, it doesn't sound quite so impressive.
Of course not. French is somewhat cramped. Oh, but if we want to trace the source of this phenomenon...
That's easy. It's just because I've never married. Why, gentlemen, the thing's as clear as daylight. What's a man's first duty? The answer's brief. To be himself, to take good care of all that touches himself and what is his. But how can he do this if his existence is that of a pack camel laden with someone else's weal and woe?
But I dare say you've had to fight for this self-centered concentration.
Oh, yes, I've had to fight for it. but I have always won the honors, though once I nearly fell into a trap for all my cunning. I was a wild, good-looking spark and let my roving fancy capture a girl who was of royal blood.
Of royal blood?
Very nearly, you know.
Ah, those damned aristocrats.
Ah, these bogus highnesses whose pride is to keep off from their escutcheon the slightest speck of what's plebeian.
And so it came to nothing then?
Nothing then?
The family opposed the match.
Quite the reverse.
Huh?
Well, you see, things took a turn which made them think that it was high time we were married. But to be candid, the affair was, from first to last, most distasteful. In certain things, I'm very dainty and also like my independence. And when her father came and hinted that he would make it a condition that I should change my name and status and lose my own nobility with lots of similar conditions, well, I could not stomach or accept. I gracefully retired from it, refused the father's ultimatum, and gave my youthful bride her congé. Ah, yes, there is a hand that guides us, and we poor men can trust to that. It's very comforting to know it.
So the affair went by the board.
No, it took on another aspect. Outsiders meddled in the game and raised an unexpected pother. The youngsters of the family were much the worst. I had to battle with 7 of them all at once. I shall never forget that time, though I emerged from it the victor. Some blood was spilt, but still that blood sealed my certificate of valor and proved what I remarked just now. There's a hand that guides us wisely.
You have an outlook upon life that proves you are a philosopher. For while an ordinary thinker sees every detail separately and never grasps the whole completely, your vision covers all together. You have a universal standard to measure life with. Your perceptions, like rays of sunlight emanating from a great central contemplation, pierce every fallacy. And yet, you say you had no education?
I am, as I've already told you, a self-taught man in every way. I've never learned methodically, but I have thought and speculated and read a bit on every subject. I was not young when I began, and so, of course, it wasn't easy to plow through the field of knowledge up and do the thing at all completely. I've learned my history in scraps. For more than that, I've had no leisure. And since, when every evil day's assail, a man needs certain things to trust in, I fitfully absorbed religion. I found that it assimilated much easier if taken that way. No use to glut oneself with reading, but to select what may be useful.
Now that's practical.
Dear friends, just think what my career has been. What was I when I first went westward? Quite penniless and empty-handed. I had to work hard for my food. No easy job, believe me, often. But life, my friends, is always sweet. And death, as we all know, is bitter. Well, luck, you see, did not desert me, and good old fate was always kindly. Things moved, and I was always careful, and so things went from good to better. And 10 years after that, they called me the Croesus of Charlestown traders. My name was known in every port, and luck pursued me with my shipping.
What was your trade?
I trafficked most in Negro slaves for Carolina and idols that were sent to China.
Oh, fie, for shame.
Friend Gynt, how could you?
You think my enterprise was passing beyond the bounds of what was lawful? I felt the same thing very keenly. I found it hateful in the end, but once begun, you may believe me, 'twas difficult enough to end it. In any case, so big a business affected others by the thousand. To break it off too suddenly would have, of course, been most disastrous. I never liked to break things off. But all the same, I must admit I've always fully been alive to what you call the consequences. And when I've overstepped the bounds, it's always made me feel uneasy. Besides, I wasn't growing younger. By that time, I was nearly 50. And by degrees, my hair was graying, and though my health was always perfect, thoughts such as this cropped up to plague me. Who knows how short the time may be before the great assize is summoned and sheep from goats are separated. What could I do? To cease my trade with China was impossible. I found a way. I opened up a second traffic to those waters, and though each spring I sent to China shiploads of idols, every autumn I sent out missionaries furnished with everything that could be needful to work conversion: stockings, rum, Bibles, and rice.
All at a profit.
Oh, well, of course. The plan worked well. For every idol sold out yonder, there was a duly baptized coolie. So one thing neutralized the other. We kept the missionaries busy because they had to counteract the idols that we were exporting.
But what about the Negro traffic?
Why, there my morals triumphed also. I felt the trade was scarcely suited to one whose years were fast increasing. You never know when death may claim you. And then there were the 1,000 pitfalls dug by our philanthropic friends, beside the chance of being caught in daily risks from wind and weather. By taking thought, I found a way. You'll have to reef your sails, friend Peter, and see, so I said to myself. How can you best retrieve your error? I bought land in a southern state and held back my last load of flesh, which was of first-class quality, and settled them on the plantation. They throve apace, grew fat and sleek, and they, as well as I, were happy. Yes, without bragging, I may say I treated them like any father, and the result was handsome profit. I built them schools, so as to set a standard of morality to be maintained, and saw to it that it was kept well up to mark. And then, to make the change complete, out of the business I retired and sold with livestock as it stood the whole plantation. When I left, to all alike, both young and old, a gratis gift of grog was issued, and every one had a skinful. The widows, as an extra gift, were given snuff. And so, I hope, unless the world is merely froth, which says one's deeds are surely good if they are not as surely evil, that all my errors are forgot, and that perhaps in greater measure than in most people's case, my deeds will more than balance out my sins.
Oh, sorry. How edifying it is to hear a scheme of life worked out so deftly, freed from the fog of theories and undisturbed by outer clamor.
We northern men are famous hands at planning a campaign. The secret of one's life's success is very simple: merely to keep one's ears shut tight to the insidious advances of our pernicious reptile.
Aye, but what's the reptile, my dear friend?
A small one, always tempting men to take irrevocable steps. A man can venture without fear and keep his courage if he's careful not to get definitely caught in any of life's cunning pitfalls. If he looks forward and beyond the present moment and its chances, and always carefully preserves a bridge behind him to retire on. That theory has held me up and always colored my conduct, a theory I inherited and learned at home from early childhood.
You're a Norwegian, I believe.
By birth, yes, but by disposition, I'm a citizen of the world. For the good fortune I've enjoyed, I have to thank America. My well-stocked library I owe to Germany's advanced young thinkers. From France, I get my taste in dress, my manners, and whatever turn I have for subtleness of mind. England has taught me industry and care for my own interests. The Jews have taught me how to wait. From Italy, I've caught a dash of taste for dolce far niente. And once, when in a sorry fix, I reached the goal of my desire by trusting to good Swedish steel.
Ah, Swedish steel. Mm.
Yeah, first and foremost, we offer homage to the man who is a swordsman.
Yeah. They clink glasses and drink with Peer Gynt, who's beginning to get heated with wine.
All you said is excellent, But now, sir, pray tell us what you propose to do with all your wealth.
Do with it, huh?
Ah, yes, let us
Let us hear.
Yes,
Well,
let us hear.
Well, first of all, to travel. And that's why, you see, I took you all on board my yacht as company. I had a mind to have a choir to worship at my altar of the golden calf.
How witty!
Yes, but no one sails for the mere pleasure of a journey. You have an object without doubt. What is it?
To be emperor.
What?
To be emperor.
But where?
Where?
Of the whole world.
Ah, but how, my friend?
Just simply by the power of gold. It's not a new idea at all. It has inspired my every effort. In boyish dreams, I used to travel over the sea upon a cloud. I tried to soar to fancied grandeurs and then dropped down onto all fours. But to its goal, my mind was constant. Somewhere, I can't remember where, it says that if a man shall win the whole wide world but lose himself, all that he gains is only like a wreath upon an empty skull. That's what it says, or something like it, and trust me, it's pretty true.
But what then is the Gyntian self?
Ah, the world which lies within my brain, which makes me me and no one else, no more than God can be the devil.
Now I see at what you're driving.
Sublime philosopher.
Great poet!
The Gyntian self, an army, that of wishes, appetites, desires, the Gyntian self. It is a sea of fancies, claims, and aspirations. In fact, it's all that swells within my breast and makes it come about that I am I and live as such. But just as our good Lord had need of earthly mold to be earth's God, so I have need of lots of gold if I am to be emperor.
But you are rich.
Not rich enough. Enough perhaps for me to pose for 2 or 3 days as a princeling in some such place as Libedetmold, but I must be myself, complete, a Gynt, fit for the universe. Sir Peter Gynt from head to heels.
To purchase all the loveliest things the world can offer.
All the beans of century-old Johannisberger!
The Anne-Marie of Charles XII.
But before all, to seize the chance of profitable business.
Well, I've found a way to get them all, and that is why we are anchored here. Tonight, our course will be to northward. The newspapers I've just received have brought me some important news.
He rises and lifts his glass.
It shows that fortune always favors those who have confidence to grasp it.
Well, tell us.
Tell us.
Greece is in an uproar.
They all spring to their feet.
What? Heavy Greeks?
Oh, no.
They have revolted. And Turkey is in a hole.
Oh, Greece, the way to glory is open. I'll help them with my sword of France.
I with my voice, but at a distance.
I'll get a contract to supply them.
Let us away. I'll find that vendor, Charles XII's famous spur buckles.
They all fall on Monsieur Ballon falls on Peter's neck.
Forgive me, friend, if for a moment I had misjudged you.
I'm a fool. I almost took you for a scoundrel.
That's much too strong. I say rather for a simpleton.
And I, dear friend, had put you down as an example of the worst type of Yankee rascal. Forgive me.
We've all mistaken.
What do you mean?
We can now all glimpse the banners of the Gyntian army of wishes, appetites, desires.
That's what you meant by being a Gynt.
A Gynt that's worthy of all honor.
But tell me...
Oh, don't you understand?
I'm hanged if I can take your meaning.
Why, Aren't you going to help the Greeks with money and with ships?
No, thank you. I'm going to help the stronger side and lend my money to the Turks.
Impossible! Oh, that's very funny. But you, of course, must have your joke.
Peer Gynt is silent for a moment, then leans on a chair and assumes an air of importance.
Gentlemen, we had better part before the last remains of friendship dissolve like wreaths of smoke. The man who hasn't anything may lightly take any chances. Those who all is no more than the scrap of the earth they stand on are the fittest far for sacrifice and cannon fodder. But when a man's well off, as I am, he risks a greater stake than they. Pray, go to Greece. I'll land you there and furnish you with weapons gratis. The more you fan the flames of strife, the better it will be for me. Strike hard for freedom and the right. Attack the Turks and give them hell, and meet a glorious end upon a Janissary's spear point. But excuse me if I don't come with you. I have money in my pockets, and I am myself, Sir Peter Gynt.
He puts up his umbrella and goes into the grove where the hammocks are hanging.
The swine.
He has no sense of honor.
Oh, honor, let that pass. But think what splendid profits we could make if only Greece could free herself.
I saw myself acclaimed a victor by crowds of lovely Grecian women.
I felt those famous buckles safe within my Swedish grasp.
I saw my glorious fatherland's culture spread widely over land and sea.
The actual loss is worst of all. God damn, I feel inclined to cry. I saw myself proprietor of Mount Olympus, which contains, unless what men have said is false, rich veins of copper to be worked, and the renowned Castalian stream. Its many waterfalls would yield 1,000 horsepower easily.
I shall go all the same. My sword is worth more still than Yankee gold.
Perhaps, but fighting in the ranks, we should be merely swamped by numbers. What profit should we get from that?
Curse it! So near the heights of fortune, and then to be dashed down again.
To think that all this nabob's gold that he's sweated from his slaves is in that ship.
An inspiration! Come on, and let us act! His empire shall come to nothing now! Hurrah!
What will you do?
I seize his power. The crew will easily be bought. On board! I'll commandeer his yacht.
You what?
I mean to bag the lot.
And goes towards the jolly boat.
It's clearly to my interest to share with you.
And Mr. Cotton follows.
There goes a scamp.
A proper scoundrel. But, enfin!
And he follows the others.
Well, I suppose I may as well go with them. Under protest, though.
And he follows. Scene 2. Another part of the coast. Moonlight and passing clouds. Out at sea, the yacht is seen steaming at full speed. Peer Gynt is running along the shore, now pinching himself in the arm, now staring out to sea.
It's nightmare. Illusion. I shall soon wake up. It's heading to sea and at the top of its speed. It's a dream. And I'm sleeping. I'm drunk or I'm mad. It's impossible that I should perish like this. It's a dream. It must be. It shall be. A dream. It's terrible. But alas, it is true, my scoundrelly friends. Oh, hear me, good Lord. You are wisdom and justice. Oh, punish them, Lord. It is I, Peter Gynt. Do look after me, Lord. Take care of me, Father, or else I shall die. Make them slacken the engines. or cast off the gig. Stop the robbers. Make something go wrong with the works. Do listen. Leave other folks' matters alone. The world will look after itself while you do. He's not listening. He's deaf as a post. It's too much. A God that can't think what to do.
And he beckons up to the sky.
I've disposed my Negro plantation and sent heaps of missionaries out to Asia. Don't you think that one good turn's deserving another? Oh, help me get onto the ship.
A sudden glare rises into the sky from the yacht, followed by a thick cloud of smoke. A dull explosion is heard. Peer Gynt utters a shriek and sinks down onto the sand. The smoke gradually disperses and the yacht is seen to have disappeared. Peer Gynt looks up with a pale face and says,
"'Twas a judgment, sunk with all hands in a moment of time, all thanks to the chances of fortune. No, there was more than the chances of fortune in this, that I should be saved while the rest of them perish. Thanks be to thee who hast been my protector and kept an eye on me in spite of my failings." Oh, what a wonderful feeling of safety and comfort it gives you to know that you're specially guarded. But where shall I find meat and drink in the desert? I don't know, I'm sure, but he will understand. It can't be so dangerous. He will not suffer such a poor little sparrow as I am to perish. I must humble myself and allow him some time. The Lord will provide. I must not be downhearted.
He springs to his feet with a cry of terror.
Did I hear a lion? That growl in the rushes? No, it was no lion.
He pulls himself together.
I'm certain it was. Those creatures, of course, know to keep it at a distance. They dare not take bites at a lord of creation. They have instinct, of course. It's by instinct they feel that an elephant's not a safe thing to attack. All the same, I will see if I can't find a tree. Ah, there I see palms and acacias waving. If I climb one of them, I'll get safety and shelter, especially if I can only remember some psalms to repeat.
He climbs up a tree.
Lo, morning and evening are different things. That's a verse that's often discussed and examined.
He settles himself in the tree.
Oh, how pleasant it is to feel that one's soul is so nobly uplifted. Thoughts that enable are worth more than riches. I'll trust myself to him. He knows just how far I am able to drink of the cup of affliction. He takes a most fatherly interest in me.
He looks out over the sea and whispers.
But he's not what you'd call economical over it.
Scene 3. A Moroccan camp on the edge of the desert at night. Warriors are resting by a watchfire. A slave runs in, tearing his hair.
Gone is the Emperor's milk-white charger.
The Emperor's sacred garb is stolen.
100 strokes of the bastinado to all of you if the thieves escape.
The warriors spring onto their steeds and gallop off in all directions. Scene 4. A clump of palm trees and acacias. It's dawn. Peer Gynt in a tree is trying to defend himself with a broken off branch against a swarm of apes.
I've spent an extremely uncomfortable night.
And he hits about him.
Is that them again, these infernal creatures? They're throwing down fruit. No, it's something else. Oh! Apes are the most disgusting beasts. It is written that one must watch and fight, but I can't do it. I'm wearied out.
He's disturbed again.
Oh, I must make an end of all this discomfort. Try and get a hold of one of these creatures, hang him and flay him, and dress myself up from head to toe and head to foot in his shaggy hide. Then the others will think I'm one of them. We men are but nothing after all and must bow to the force of circumstances. Another lot? Oh, why, they swarm like flies. Away with you! Shoo! They act like madmen. If only I could get a false tail or something to make me look like a beast. What's up there above my head?
He looks up.
An old one. His paws chock full of filth.
He crouches down nervously and keeps still for a while. The ape makes no movement. Peer Gynt tries to coax him as one would a dog.
Hello, old man, huh? Is that you up there? He's a good chap. If you speak to him kindly, he won't throw things down really. No, it's I. Good dog. We're the best of friends. Woof, woof. Do you hear? I can speak your language. Old man and I are as good as cousins. Would he like a nice big bit of sugar? Oh! Oh, the dirty beast! He's thrown the lot all over me. Oh, disgusting brute. Oh, or was it food? Perhaps. Ugh. Its taste was unfamiliar, surely, but taste is mostly a thing of habit. What is it that some philosopher has said? You must just spit and trust to force of habit. Oh, here's the crowd of youngsters now. This is too much.
And he hits about him.
Oh, that man who's his creator's image should have to suffer murder. Help! The one's old foul. The old one's foul, but the youngster's fouler.
Scene 5. A rocky spot overlooking the desert. It's early morning. On one side is a ravine with the entrance to a cave. A thief and a receiver of stolen goods are standing in the ravine with the emperor's charger and robe. The charger, richly caparisoned, is tied to a rock. Horsemen are seen in the distance.
Spear points gleaming in the sunshine. See, see.
See them, hear them, galloping over the sand. Whoa! Woo!
My father thieved. His son must steal.
My father received, and so must I.
We must bear our lot and be ourselves.
Footsteps in a thicket. Away! But where?
The cave is deep and the profit great.
They fly, leaving the stolen goods behind them. The horsemen disappear in the distance. Peer Gynt comes in, whittling a reed.
Really a most enchanting morning. The beetles are busy at work in the sand. Out of their shells, the snails are peeping. Morning. Ah, morning's worth more than gold. It's strange what a very remarkable power there is in daylight. In its beams, you feel so safe. Your courage waxes. You're ready to fight wild bulls if need be. Oh, what silence around me. These rural joys. It's strange that I never appreciated these things so much till now. To think that men lived cooped up in great cities just to be pestered and plagued by people. Look at those lizards bustling about, enjoying the air and thinking of nothing. What innocence in the life of beasts. They perform the behest of their great creator, their character stamped indelibly on them. They are themselves, whether playing or fighting themselves, as they were when he first said be. A toad, looking out of a piece of sandstone, only his head peeping out of his chamber. He sits as if looking out of a window at the world. To himself he is enough. Enough? Where have I read that before? Most probably in the great book I read as a boy. Or perhaps it was in the prayer book, or else set down in Solomon's Proverbs. Dear me, I notice as years go on, I cannot remember times and places as I once used.
He sits down in the shade.
Ah, here's a spot that's cool. Ah, I'll sit and rest my bones a while. Ah, There are ferns. One can eat the roots. It's really food for beasts, but then the book says we must subdue our natures, and further that pride must be abased. Who humbleth himself shall be exalted. Exalted. Of course, that will happen to me. The contrary is quite unthinkable. Fate surely will help me away from here and set my feet on the road to fortune. This is but a test. If the Lord will grant me strength to endure, I'll be rescued later.
He shakes off such thoughts, lights a cigar, stretches himself out, and gazes over the desert.
What an enormous, boundless waste. Far off there, I can see an ostrich. It's hard to perceive the Almighty's purpose in all this dead and empty desert where there's nothing that is life-giving. A burnt-up waste that profits no one. This bit of the world that's forever sterile. A corpse that never, since it was shaped, has brought its creator anything, not even thanks. Why was it made? Nature is ever extravagant. Is that the sea that glitters yonder away in the east? No. No, only mirage. The seas to the west, where, like a dam, sandhills protect the desert from it. A dam? Then I might... The hills are low. A dam! Then a canal, and through the gap the rushing waters would fill the desert with a lifeblood, and all this empty burnt-up grave become a fresh and rippling ocean. Islands would show in it where now there are oases. To the north, Atlas would fringe the shore with verdure, and to the south, like heedless birds, white sails would skim along, where now the caravans plod painfully. A lively breeze would dissipate this stuffy air, and from the clouds a gentle dew would fall. In time, town after town would be established, and grass grow round the swaying palm trees. The country beyond the Sahara's edge, away in the south, would become a land of busy trade and seamen's ventures. Steam should drive works in Timbuktu, new colonies arise in Bornu, and the explorer should be carried safe in his wagon through the land of Hades to the upper Nile. Then, in the middle of my sea, on the most fertile, rich oasis, I'll settle Norsemen. For the blood of dalesmen is the nearest thing to that of royalty. A cross with Arab blood will do the rest, and on a cape with sloping shore, I'll build Pyrrhopolis, the capital. The old world's out of date, and now it is the turn of Gyntiana, my newborn land.
And he springs up.
I only need some capital, and the thing is done. A golden key and the ocean's gate is open. A crusade against death. That grisly miser shall disgorge the hidden treasure that he is holding. There is a worldwide wish for freedom, like Noah's donkey in the ark. I'll bray my message to the world. Liberty's baptism I will pour over these prison shores till they grow lovely in their freedom. Forward! In east or west, I'll have to seek the money for the work. My kingdom, or half my kingdom, for a horse.
The horse in the ravine neighs.
A horse, and robes, and ornaments, and weapons.
He approaches it.
It's impossible, and yet it's true. I know I've read somewhere that fate can move a mountain, but never thought that it could bring a horse. I must be dreaming. No, it is a fact that there stands the horse. Ob esse ad posse, etc.
He puts on the robe and looks himself over.
Sir Peter, and Turk from head to foot. Well, truly one can never tell what's going to happen to one. Come up, Grana, my steed.
He climbs into the saddle.
Gold stirrups, too. Great folk are known as by the steeds they ride.
And he gallops away across the desert. Scene 6. The tent of an Arab chieftain on an oasis. Peer Gynt, in his oriental robes, is taking his ease on a divan, drinking coffee and smoking a long pipe. Anitra and a group of girls are dancing and singing to him.
Prophet has come, the prophet, the Lord, the all-knowing one. To us he comes, over the sand ocean riding, the prophet, the Lord, the unerring one. To us he comes, over the sand ocean sailing, with the flute and the drum. The prophet has come.
Sailing over the sea.
Charger as white as milk in the streets of paradise.
The prophet is come.
Bend the knee, bow low. His eyes are stars that flash and yet are full of love. No earth-born eyes can meet the flashing of those stars. Across the desert he has come, decked with gold and pearls. Where he rode it was light, behind him all was dark, drought and the dread simoom. The mighty one has come. Over the desert he came, clothed in mortal shape. Kaaba is empty now, himself has told us so.
The prophet is come.
And the girls dance to soft music.
I have read in a book, and the saying's true, that no man's a prophet in his own country. This life's a deal more to my liking than that which I led as a Charlestown trader. There was something false about it all, something foreign to me and shady. I could never feel myself at home or feel I had chosen the right profession. Qu'ai-je faire dans cette galère? Grubbing about with business matters? I can't understand it the more I try. It simply happened, and that is all. To climb up the world on money bags is just like building a house on sand. If you wear rings and a watch and so forth, people will curtsy and bow to you. Take off their hats if you wear a breast pin, but the rings and the pin are not yourself. Now, a prophet, he has definite status. You know exactly where you're standing. If a man salutes you, it's for yourself, and not because of your pounds and shillings. You are what you are without pretense, owing nothing to chance or accident, independent of patents or concessions. A prophet. Yes, that's the life for me. And it happened so unexpectedly, simply from riding across the desert and coming upon these children of nature. The prophet had come! It was clear to them. But indeed, it was not my design to deceive them. An official reply from a prophet is one thing, and a lie quite another. In any case, too, I can always retire from my present position. I'm in no way bound, so it's not so bad. It's all, so to speak, like a private arrangement. I can go as I came, my steed standing ready, and in short, I am master of the situation.
Anitra comes to the door of the tent.
Prophet and master?
What is it, my slave?
At the door of the tent stand sons of the desert, craving to look on the face of the prophet.
Stop. You can tell them that they must keep their distance. I will receive their petitions at a distance. Tell them no man may set foot within here. Menfolk, my child, are but a set of scoundrels. They are, in fact, a filthy lot of rascals. You, my Anitra, cannot well imagine what bare-faced impertinence they cheat one. I should say how grievously they sin. Now, no more of that. Come, dance for me, my children. I would forget these thoughts that make me angry.
The prophet is good, his heart is distressed for the sins that the sons of earth have committed. The prophet is kind, oh, praise to his kindness, which leads such poor sinners to paradise.
Her legs flit about like nimble drumsticks. She's really a tasty morsel of baggage. It's true her figure's pronounced in some ways not quite in accord with the standards of beauty, but what is beauty? A mere convention, a currency coined for a special purpose. And it's just these extravagances that tickle a palate that's sated with what is normal. In marriage, there's always something wanting. She's either too fat or else too scraggy, annoyingly young or alarmingly ancient. And if she's between the two, she's insipid. Her feet, it is true, might well be cleaner, also her arms, especially that one. But after all, there's nothing to matter. One might call it a qualification. Anitra, come here.
Thy slave, my master.
You attract me, child. The prophet is moved. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. I'll make you a houri in paradise.
Impossible, master.
You don't believe me? As I am alive, I am in real earnest.
But I've no soul.
Then you shall have one.
How shall I, master?
That's my affair. I shall look after your education. No soul? It's true, you are pretty stupid. I've noticed that fact with some regret. But there's room enough in you for a soul. Come here. Let me measure your head. Oh, yes. There's plenty of room, as I knew there was. True enough, you'll never be anything much. A great soul will be quite beyond you, but it really doesn't matter. You'll have enough to prevent your feeling ashamed of it.
My lord is kind.
You're hesitating. What's the matter?
I'd rather have...
Speak out at once.
Well, I don't care so much about having a soul. I'd rather have...
What?
That lovely opal.
He hands her the jewel.
Anitra, you are one of Eve's true daughters. Your charm attracts me, for I'm a man. And as a noted writer once put it, das ewig weibliche Siehheit uns an.
Scene 7. A grove of palm trees outside Anitra's tent. The moon is shining. Peer Gynt, with an Arabian lute in his hand, is sitting under a tree. His beard and hair have been trimmed, which makes him look considerably younger.
I locked the gate of paradise and took away the key. My bark afar the north the wind bore, while lovely women on the shore were weeping there for me. Southward I sailed the salty depths before the die was cast, where palms were waving proud and free around an inlet of the sea. I burned my ship at last. A desert ship I mounted, then a four-legged ship I trowed, to bear me o'er the desert dark. I am a bird of passage. Hark! I'm twittering on a bough. Anitra, thou art like the wine of palm trees, sparkling clear. Angora goat's milk cheese is good, but it's not half so sweet a food as thou, Anitra dear.
He slings the lute over his shoulder and approaches the tent.
All is silent. Now, I wonder if she heard my little song. Is she there behind the curtain, peeping out with nothing on? What's that sound? It's like a bottle someone is uncorking. There! There again, I heard it. Is Sighs of love? A lover's song? No, it's clearly someone snoring. Lovely sound. Anitra sleeps. Nightingales, desist from singing. You shall suffer it if you dare with your silly cluck and gurgle. Oh, well, after all, sing on. Every nightingale's a songster, just as I am one myself. With their notes like me, they capture tender, delicate young hearts. Night's cool hours are meant for singing. Singing is our common sphere. Singing is the art of being. Us, Peer Gynt and the nightingale, and to hear Anitra sleeping is the topmost bliss of love. It's like lifting up a goblet to the lips but drinking naught. Oh, but here she comes. Oh, really, after all, that is the best.
Did I hear my master calling?
Yes, my dear, the prophet called. I was wakened by a hubbub. Cats were fighting all around.
They were not fighting, master. It was something worse than that.
What was it?
Spare me.
Tell me.
I'm blushing.
Do you mean the emotion I was feeling when you had my opal, dear?
Don't compare yourself, great master, to an old disgusting cat.
Child, considered just as lovers, there's perhaps not so much to choose twixt a tomcat and a prophet.
Honey-eyed jests, great master, fall from your lips.
My little friend, you, like other girls, pass judgment solely by a great man's looks. I'm really very playful, especially when tete-a-tete. My position makes it needful to me to put on a mask of most serious behavior. I'm constrained by daily duties and the nature of the business relative to my great office to assume a weighty manner, and at times may seem to others too prophetically abrupt, but 'tis all upon the surface. Away with all that bosh. In private, I am Peer. That's who I am. Come now, I will drop the prophet. You shall know my very self.
He sits down under a tree and draws Anitra closer to him.
Come, Anitra, let us dally underneath this waving palm. You shall smile and I shall whisper nothings in your ear, and then we'll reverse the parts we're playing. Your sweet lips shall whisper love in my ear while I sit smiling.
All you say is sweet as music, though I don't quite understand. Tell me, master, can your daughter get a soul by listening?
Presently you shall be dowered with that light of life, a soul. Whereupon the rosy portals of the dawn we see in gold, I am daybreak clearly written. Then it will be time enough to begin your education. But for me to play schoolmaster and to waste this lovely night trying to collect together weather-beaten bits of lore would be stupid altogether, even if I wanted to. And besides, considered rightly, souls are not the chiefest things in our lives. It's hearts that matter.
Oh, speak on, master. When you speak, it's like opals flashing fire.
Too much cleverness is folly. And the fruit of cowardice, pushed too far, is cruelty. Truth, if it's exaggerated, is no more than wisdom's self turned hind foremost. Yes, my child, you may take my word for it. There are people in the world gorged with soul, but dull of vision. I once knew a chap like that. He seemed brighter than his fellows, yet he let resounding phrases which he did not understand quite mislead him from his business. Look around this fair oasis of the desert. If my turban I took off and fluttered gently once or twice, the mighty ocean at my bidding would invade it, filling it up its every corner. But I'd be a silly cuckoo if I set about creating seas and continents. Do you know, my child, what life is?
No, instruct me.
Life means passing safe and dry shod down the rushing stream of time. Manly strength is what is needed to be what I am, my dear. Age makes eagles lose its feathers, makes old fogies' footsteps fail, sets an old crone's teeth decaying, gives an old man withered hands, and they all get withered souls. Give me youth. I mean a sultan ardent and vigorous, to rule not the realms of Gyntiana with their palm trees and their vines, but the realm of fresh, young beauty that lies in a maiden's thoughts. So you see, my child, the reason which I graciously was pleased to bestow my love upon you, why I chose your little heart, so to speak, to be the empire that shall be my caliphate. None but I shall know your longings in the empire of my love. I must reign supreme, unquestioned, for you must be mine alone. I shall be your gentle jailer, binding you with gold and gems. If we part, life will be empty, or at any rate for you. Not a fiber of your being, not an instinct of your will, but shall know me as their master. You shall be so filled with me. And your raven locks, your beauty, all in you that can allure, that there shall be a pleasant garden for your sultan's foot to tread. And that's why it's really lucky you've an empty little head. Souls are apt to make their owners too absorbed about themselves. And while we're on the topic, if you like, I'll seal the pact by bestowing on your ankle this fine bangle. That, I think, fairly meets the situation. Me instead of soul you'll have. Otherwise, the status quo.
Anitra snores.
What? Is she sleeping? Have my words fallen on unheeding ears? No. It shows the proper lying in my words, that like a stream they transport her gently with them to the land of dreams.
He gets up and puts some jewels in her lap.
Anitra, here are jewels. Here are more. Sleep, Anitra. Dream of Peer. Sleep, for in your sleep you've set a crown upon your emperor's head. Peer Gynt has won a victory of personality tonight.
Scene 8. A caravan route. The oasis is visible in the remote background. Peer Gynt on his white horse is galloping over the desert, holding Anitra before him on the pommel of his saddle.
Let go! I'll bite you!
You little rogue!
What do you want me to do?
To play a dove-and falcon, to carry you off and do all sorts of reckless things.
For shame! An old prophet, too!
Oh, bosh, the prophet is not old, you goose. Do you think this looks as if he were old?
Let me go! I want to go home!
You flirt. Home? To father-in-law? That's good. We birds that have flown out of our cage dare not be seen by him again. Besides, my child, no one should stay too long in the same place. He's apt to lose as much in estimation as he can gain by making friends. And this is especially the case when he's a prophet, or the like. His should be flying visits, seen as snatches of a song are heard. It was time that my visit should come to an end. These sons of the desert are shifty creatures. Incense and gifts have both been lacking for some days.
Oh, yes, but are you a prophet?
I am your emperor.
He tries to kiss her, but she draws back.
Oh, come, don't be a proud little birdie now.
Give me the ring that's on your finger.
Well, take the lot if you wish, dear.
Oh, well, your words are like life-giving music.
What happens 'tis to be loved like this? Let me dismount. I will lead the horse and be your slave.
He hands her the whip and dismounts.
See now, my pretty, my beautiful rose, here I am now, and here I'll tread the sands until I get a sunstroke and have to stop. I am young Anitra. Remember that. You mustn't look at my deeds too closely. Jokes and fun are what youth is known by. And if you were not quite so stupid, my graceful flower, you'd understand that since your lover is full of fun, ergo, he's young.
Yes, you are young. Have you any more rings?
Of course I'm young. Look, I'm bounding like a deer. If there was any green stuff handy, I'd make myself a wreath. Aha! Of course I'm young. Just see me dance.
He dances and sings.
I am a happy little cock. Peck me, my little pullet. Hoopla! Just set me foot it. See me foot it. I am a happy little cock.
You are sweating, my prophet. I'm afraid you'll melt. Let me carry that bag that weighs down on your belt.
What tender concern. You shall carry the purse. Hearts that are loving have no need of gold.
He dances and sings again.
He is a madcap, your little peer. He doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't care if he keeps going. He is a madcap, your little peer.
How joyful 'tis to see the prophet dance.
Oh, drop that prophet nonsense. Let's put on each other's clothes. Come on, you take yours off.
Well, your caftan is too long, your belt too roomy, your stockings much too small.
Eh bien. Instead, inflict some pain upon me, for 'tis sweet for loving hearts to suffer for their love. And when we come to where my castle stands...
Your paradise? Have we got far to ride?
1,000 miles or so.
Oh, what a way.
Then you shall have the soul I promised you.
No, thanks. I think I'll do without the soul. But you were asking for some pain.
Ah, yes. Something severe but brief. A passing pang.
Anitra must obey the prophet, so farewell!
She hits him smartly over the fingers with a whip and gallops back over the desert at full speed.
Well,
After standing for a long time as if thunderstruck.
Well, I am.
And we move on to scene 9. The same as the preceding, but an hour later. Peer Gynt is taking off his Turkish dress bit by bit, deliberately and thoughtfully. When he is finished, he takes a travelling cap out of his coat pocket and puts it on, and stands once more in European dress. He flings the turban far away from him.
There lies the Turk, and here stand I. A pagan existence is no good at all. It's lucky that I can throw it away with the clothes and that it's not bred in the bone. Qu'allais-je faire dans cette galère? It's certainly best to live as a Christian. Avoid the temptation of sumptuous garments. Fashion your life by what's lawful and moral. In fact, be yourself and deserve at the last a funeral oration and wreaths on your coffin.
He takes a few steps.
Baggage. Only a little more, and I believe she'd have turned my head. But I'll be a troll if I understand what it was in her that so upset me. I am well out of it. If the joke had been pursued a little farther, it would have made me ridiculous. I have erred, no doubt, but it's comforting to feel that my erring was the result of the position I had assumed. It was not I, myself, that erred. It was, as a fact, the prophetic life, devoid of any savoring salt of active work, that caused in me these lapses into want of taste. It's a sorry business being a prophet. In the course of your duties, you're apt to go heedless. You're sober and dignified. All of a sudden, you find you're nothing of the sort. I certainly gave proof of it by paying homage to that goose. But still, all the same. Just to think of it. Spending the time in wanton dancing, trying to stem the stream of life by fooling like that. Sweet music, caresses, sighs. And in the end be plucked like any silly hen. Prophetically wild behavior. Plucked! To my shame, I've been plucked badly. Still, I've a little left in hand. Some in America, some safe in my pocket. So I'm not quite on the rocks. And after all, a moderate amount of wealth is best. I am no longer tied by horses, coachmen, and the like. I've neither carriages nor luggage to give me trouble. In a word, I'm master of the situation. Which way shall I choose? Many are open. It's in such choice that wisdom counts. My business life is a finished chapter. My love affairs, discarded garments. And I have no mind to retrace my steps. Forward or back, it's just as far. Out or in, it's just as narrow. And I think it says in some clever book, I must find some new, some ennobling task, an object that's worth my pains and money. Suppose I wrote, without concealment, the story of my life, a book to serve as a guide and example to others after me. Or, wait, I've lots of time at my command. Suppose I become a traveling scholar, making a study of bygone ages. That, I believe, is the thing for me. I'd always a fancy for history, and lately I've improved my knowledge. I'll trace the story of mankind, float like a feather upon the stream of history, and live again as in a dream the days of old. See the fierce fights the heroes waged, but from a vantage point that's safe, that of an onlooker. See how thinkers were slaughtered, martyrs bled, how kingdoms rose and kingdoms fell. Watch epochs of world history grow from their birth, and in a word, skim all the cream of history. I must try and get a hold of a book of Becker's and go chronologically about it. It's true that my previous knowledge is sketchy and history is rather intricate. But what is the odds? It frequently happens that very unusual methods of starting lead to the most original outcome. To see one's goal and drive towards it, stealing one's heart, is most uplifting. Breaking through every bond that hinders, sundering ties of home and friendship, bidding adieu to love's soft promptings, to solve the mystery of truth. That is the test of a real inquirer. It makes me happy beyond measure to feel I have solved the great enigma of my destiny. I've only now to hold my course through thick and thin. I think I may be well forgiven if I feel proud and call Peer Gynt a man and manhood's emperor. The past shall be a lock to which I have the key. I will desert the sordid paths of modern life. The present is not worth a shoelace. The ways of men are empty, faithless. Their minds are dull, their deeds are futile. And women, well, their name is frailty.
And he moves on. Scene 10. Outside a hut in a forest in the far north of Norway. It's a summer's day. The door, which stands open, is furnished with a massive wooden bolt. Above the door, a pair of reindeer horns is fixed. A herd of goats are feeding by the wall. Solveig, now a fair and handsome middle-aged woman, is sitting spinning in the sunshine. She looks down the path and sings.
The winter departed and away, and faded from May. Though summer to me vanished away, the year passed away. Yet thou return, my darling, for them art mine, for thou, love, art mine. I gave thee my promise forever, mine, forever.
Scene 11. Scene 11. We're now in Egypt.
Let her finish her song, please. There's 2 verses.
Oh, it's a different text. I have no idea when she's finishing.
God help thee, my darling, Lord, go easily, Lord, go. God bless thee, my darling, Lord, now we've said I will wait thy coming till thou drawest near, till thou drawest near. And tarry thou in heaven till I can meet thee here, till I can meet thee dear.
Scene 11. We're now in Egypt, at the foot of the statue of Memnon at dawn. Peer Gynt comes walking along, stops, and looks around him.
I think that this place will do for a start. Now, for a change, I'm an Egyptian. But Egyptian always upon the basis of the Gyntian self. I'll wander later into Assyria. I'll stop short of going back to the creation, for that would only lead to danger. I'll skirt the edges of Bible history. No doubt I'll discover certain traces that will confirm it, but go minutely into it is not according to my plan of action. I'll rest a while and wait with patience until I've heard the statue singing its customary morning song. And after I've had my breakfast, I'll climb the pyramid, and then, if I have time, I'll look inside it. Then to the Red Sea, where perhaps I shall discover King Potiphar's grave. Then I will be an Asiatic. In Babylon, I'll seek the famous hanging gardens and concubines, the fairest products, that's to say, of civilization. Then a leap, and I'll be at the walls of Troy, and thence the sea route is direct to beautiful old Athens. There I shall examine stone by stone the past Leonidas defended. I'll make myself familiar with all the best philosophies, find out the jail where Socrates laid down his life as sacrifice, but stop a minute, I forgot Greece is at war. So for the present, I must put Hellenism aside. Ugh, what a ridiculous time the sun takes in rising. My time's precious. Well then, from Troy, that's where I got to. I wonder where that curious murmur.
From the demigod's ashes arise, newborn singing birds. Zeus the all-knowing shaped them for conflict. Owl of wisdom, where sleep my birds? You must die if you read not the riddle of the song.
I really do believe I heard the sounds from the statue. That would be the music of the past. I heard the rise and fall of the statue's voice. I'll note that down for consideration at experts' hands.
And he makes a note in his pocketbook.
The statue sang. I heard the sounds quite plainly, but could not completely understand the words. I have, of course, no doubt the whole thing was hallucination. Otherwise, I have not observed anything of importance so far.
And he moves on. Scene 12. Near the village of Giza, by the great Sphinx carved out of the rock. In the distance are seen the spires and minarets of Cairo. Peer Gynt arrives. He examines the Sphinx carefully, sometimes through his eyeglass, sometimes through the hollow of his hand.
Now, where in the world have I met before something I only half remember that this ugly thing reminds me of? For met it I have, either north or south. Was it a man? And in that case, who? The Menon statue reminded me of the troll king of our fairy tales, sitting like that, all stiff and rigid, resting his rump on a piece of rock. But this remarkable mongrel here, this monster, half lion and half woman, have I known it too in a fairy tale? Or have I some real recollection of it? A fairy tale? No. I know the chap. It's the Boig, if you please, whose skull I cracked. I mean to say that I dreamed I did, for I was lying ill of a fever.
He goes nearer to the Sphinx.
The self-same eyes, the self-same lips, not quite so sluggish, a bit more cunning, but in the main points just the same. Well, Boig, old fellow, you're like a lion seen from behind and in the daylight. Are you still full of riddles? Well, we'll try and see. We'll see if you answer as you did before.
And he calls to the Sphinx.
Hi, Boig, who are you?
Ah, Sphinx, wer ist du?
What's that, an echo in German? Astounding.
Wer ist du?
It's got a perfect accent. The observation's new and my own.
He makes a note in his book.
Echo in German with Berlin accent.
Begriffenfeld comes from behind the Sphinx.
A man.
Oh, it was he that was talking.
He makes a further note.
Came later to another conclusion.
Excuse me, sir. A vital question. When was it brought you here today?
A visit. I'm greeting a friend of my youth.
The Sphinx?
Yes, I knew him in days gone by.
Splendid! And after the night I've spent, my forehead is throbbing as if it would burst. You know him, sir. Then speak. What is he? Can you tell me that?
What is he? Yes, I can tell you that. He is himself.
Like a flash, I see the answer to life's enigma. Is it certain that he is himself?
Yes, at least he said so.
Himself! The great awakenings come. Your name, sir?
I am called Peer Gynt.
Peer Gynt? Allegorical? What unexpected? Peer Gynt? That means the great unknown, the Messiah that was announced to me.
No, really? And you came here to find him?
Peer Gynt,
profound, enigmatic, incisive. Each word is full of deepest teaching. What are you?
I've always tried to be myself, and for the rest, my passport.
Enigmatic too. Ah, come to Cairo. All an enigma. Come to Cairo. Come, I have found the Emperor of Exegesis.
Emperor?
Come.
Am I really known?
And Griffinfeld drags Peer Gynt away with him.
The Emperor of Exegesis, based on self.
Scene 13. In a lunatic asylum at Cairo. A big courtyard surrounded by high walls and buildings with barred windows. Iron cages on the ground level. 3 of the keepers are in the courtyard. A 4th comes in.
Sis Hoffman, where's the director? He went out this morning, long before dawn. I'm afraid something's happened that has upset him because in the night, here he comes.
Big Griffinfeld shows Peer Gynt in, locks the gate and puts the key in his pocket.
He's a remarkably learned man. Almost all that he says is beyond understanding. So, this then is your savants club.
Yeah, here you'll find them, bag and baggage, the coterie of 70 professors of exegesis. Lately, 103 new ones join them. Mikkel, Schlingelberg, Schaffmann, Fuchs, into the cages with you. Quick!
Me?
Yes, who else? Get on, get on! All the world is topsy-turvy. We must follow sun. The mighty Peer has come to us today, so you can join the others. I will say no more.
He shuts them up in a cage, locks the cage and throws the key into a well.
But why, my dear director?
Don't call me that. I was director until... Sir, can you keep a secret? I must unburden myself.
What is it?
Promise me that you will not tremble.
I will try not to.
Absolute reason. Expired at 11 o'clock last night.
God help us.
Yes, it's a great disaster. In my position too, you see, it's doubly disagreeable because this place, until it happened, was known as a lunatic asylum.
A lunatic asylum?
Ah, not now. You understand?
I see exactly how it is. This fellow is mad and not a soul suspects it.
I hope you have really understood me. To say it's dead is not accurate. It has left itself, got out of its skin, like my friend Baron Munchausen's fox.
Excuse me.
Huh? No, it was like an eel, not a fox. A nail right to its eye. And there it was, squirming on the wall.
How on earth am I to save myself?
Just one slit around the neck, and out of its pelt it came.
Quite mad.
And now the fact is evident that this same exit from itself entails a revolution in all the world. All persons who up until that time were known as mad at 11 o'clock last night became normal. This in conformity with reason in its newest phase. And if you consider the matter further, it's clear that from the self-same hour, our so-called wise men all went mad.
Speaking of time, my time is precious.
Your time? You have jogged my memory.
He opens the door and calls out.
Come out! The appointed time has come. Reason is dead. Long live Peer Gynt!
No, my dear friend.
And the mad folk come one after another into the courtyard.
Good morning to you. Your emperor is here.
Their emperor?
Certainly.
Oh, it's too great an honor for more than...
No false modesty at such a time as this.
At least give me some respite. I'm not fit for such a task. I'm quite dumbfounded.
The man who guessed the Sphinx riddle? Who is himself?
That's just my trouble. I am myself in every way. But here, so far as I can see, everyone gets outside themselves.
Outside themselves? Oh no, you are wrong. It's here that men are most themselves. Themselves and nothing but themselves. Sailing with outspread sails of self. Each shut himself in a cask of self.
the cask stopped with a bung of self, and seasoned in a well of self. None has a tear for others' woes or cares what any other thinks. We are ourselves in thought and voices, ourselves up to the very limit. And consequently, if we want an emperor, it's very clear that you are the man.
I wish to goodness.
Don't be downhearted. Everything that's new at first seems strange to one. Oneself. Well, as a specimen, I'll choose the first that comes to hand. Hey, good morning, hoo-hoo. Still, my lad, looking into the picture of misery.
What can I do when generation after generation dies lacking an interpreter? You're a stranger. Will you listen?
By all means.
Then pay attention. Away in the east, like a bridal crown, lie the shores of Malabar. Portuguese and Hollanders tried to civilize the place, where there still survive a lot of original Malahari. These good folk have muddled up their language and now rule supreme in that land. But long ago, that same countryside was ruled by orangutans. The woods were all theirs, and they could fight, growl, and snarl to heart's content, live, in fact, as nature made them. They could screech without permission, and were lords of all the country. Then there came this horde of strangers and disturbed the primal language that was spoken in the forests. Now, 400 years have passed. That means many generations. And so long a time as that, as one knows, can easily stamp out aborigines. The forest cries have long been dumb. Not a growl is ever heard. If we want to speak our minds, we must have recourse to words. It applies to all alike, Portuguese and Hollanders, hybrid races, Malabari, all are equally affected. I have tried my best to fight for our real forest tongue, tried to bring its corpse to life, upheld people's right to screech, screeched myself, and pointed out the necessity of screeching in our folk songs. But my efforts met with no result whatsoever. Now I think you understand what my grievance is. I thank you for your courtesy in listening. If you think you can advise me what to do, I beg you'll tell me.
They say that when you are in Rome, you should do as the Romans do. My friend, if I remember rightly, there are forests in Morocco where there are orangutans that have neither songs nor teacher, and their language much resembles that of Malabar. If you were, like many other statesmen, to expatriate yourself for the good of these same people, it would be a notable action and a fine example also.
Let me thank you, sir, for listening. I will follow your advice. In the East, they flout their singer. The West has its orangutan.
And who leaves?
Now, surely you'll say that he's himself. He's full of himself and nothing else. Himself in every word he says. Himself when he's beside himself. Come here. I want to show you another who has been no less conformable to reason since last night's occurrence. Ah, King Apis, how goes it, my noble sir?
Am I King Apis?
I'm afraid I'm not qualified to say. But I should think, if I may judge from what your voice suggests to me.
Now you are lying too.
Your Highness must kindly deign to let us have an explanation.
Well, I will. You see this man I'm carrying? King Apis was his name. They call him now a mummy, and what is more, he's dead. He built up all the pyramids and carved the mighty Sphinx and fought, so the director says, with Turks on every side. and therefore the Egyptians worshipped him as a god and set up in their temples his statue as a bull. But I am that King Apis. It's just as clear as day. If you don't understand it, I'll make you very soon. King Apis was out a-hunting and got down from his horse and stepped aside for a moment in my grandfather's field. The soil King Apis fertilized has nourished me with corn. And if more proof is needed, I have invisible horns. Then don't you think it's damnable that I can't get my due? By my birth, I am King Apis, but only a fella here. If you think you can advise me, tell me without delay what I'm to do to make myself like Apis, the great king.
Your Highness must build pyramids and carve a mighty sphinx and fight, as the director says, with Turks on every side.
Yes, that's a likely story. A fella, a hungry louse. It's all I can do to keep my hut clear of the rats and mice. Come, think of something better to make me great and safe and also make me look King Apis that's on my back.
Suppose your Highness hanged yourself and then, deep in the ground within a coffin's sheltering walls, behaved like one that's dead.
I'll do it! Let me have a rope. To the gallows with my head. I'll not be quite like him at first, but time will alter that.
He goes away and makes preparation to hang himself.
A great personality, that, my friend. A man with method.
Yes, so I see, but he really is hanging himself. God help us. I feel quite... and my brain is turning.
Oh, a transitional stage. It won't last long.
Transition to what? I really must go.
Are you mad?
Not yet. Mad, God forbid.
Amidst an uproar, Hussein, a minister of state, pushes his way through the other lunatics.
They tell me an emperor's come today. Is it you?
They've settled that it is.
Good. Here are papers that need an answer.
Aha! Go on, the more the merrier.
Perhaps you will honor me with a dip. I am a pen.
I am merely a trumpery imperial parchment.
My history, sir, is briefly this. They think me a sandbox and not a pen.
And mine, Sir Pen, succinctly told, I am a paper that's never been written on.
They will never understand what I'm meant for. They all want to use me to sprinkle sand.
I was a book with silver clasps when I belonged to a woman once. Madness or wisdom is merely a misprint.
But think how wretched to be a pen that never has tasted the edge of a knife.
Pierre leaps into the air.
Think what it is to be a reindeer that's always jumping from a height and never reaching solid ground.
A knife. I am blunt. I need repairing. The world will perish if I'm not mended.
That would be sad when, like all that he made, our Heavenly Father admired it so much.
Here is a knife.
Ah, how I shall lick up the ink. How lovely to cut oneself.
And he cuts his throat.
Don't splash me.
Hold him.
Yes, hold me. That's the word. Hold. Hold the pen. Is the paper there?
And he falls.
I'm worn out. A postscript. Don't forget it. He was a pen in the hands of others.
What shall I... What am I... Oh, thou, keep hold. I am what thou wilt, a Turk, a sinner, a troll. Only help me. Something has burst within me. Oh, I can't remember thy name. Help me, thou guardian of all madmen.
He sinks down in a swoon. Begriffenfeld, holding a straw crown in his hand, leaps onto Peer Gynt and sits astride of him.
See how he sits enthroned in the mud. He is out of himself. Let us crown him now. Long live the Emperor of Self!
Eleanor, I don't have Act 5. It was never sent to me, so you'll have to go on without me, okay?
Es liebe hoch der große Pier. And we're in the home stretch. Act 5.
Someone,
Scene-
I never received Act 5, so someone else will have to carry on without me. I shall.
Did send you the full script with Act 5.
What are your Act 5 parts?
I only received Act 3 and Act 4. I never received it.
What are your Act 5 parts?
I never got it. So somebody.
What are you supposed to do in Act 5, Jackie?
Oh, I was supposed to read Paul's part, but let somebody else do it because I don't have it.
Stage directions?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can all do it instead of me. Okay.
Who wants to do that?
Bye.
I have it if you
Bye.
like. Jay has it.
Oh, good. That would be good.
Okay.
Thank
Okay.
you, Angus. Thank you, Angus, for doing such a great job.
Thanks.
Are we ready?
Yep.
Act 5, Scene 1. On board, as the northern sea off the coast of Norway, sunset in a threatening sky, Peer Gynt, now a vigorous old man with gray hair and beard, is on the poop. His clothes, which are somewhat the worse for wear, are half sailor-like. He wears a pilot jacket and sea boots. He looks weather-beaten, and his expression has hardened. The captain is at the wheel with the helmsman. The crew is forward. Peer Gynt is leaning his arms on the gunwale and gazing at the land.
Ah, there's Harling's carve in winter dress. He shows up well in the evening light. And there's his brother Yerkel behind, still wearing his ice green glacier cap. And like a lady dressed in white lies Fogenford behind them both. Oh, don't try any follows, my ancient friends. Stay where you are. You are made of stone.
Two men to the wheel and hoist the light.
It's blowing.
I will have a storm.
Can one see Ronda from the sea?
No, it lies hidden
it
behind.
lies hidden behind Fang.
Or Blau?
No, but from aloft, Galdhuppigan when the weather's clear.
Which way is Hottig?
Over there.
No, of course.
You seem to know the country.
I passed this way when I sailed from home. And early impressions, as they say, last longest.
He spits over the side and continues gazing at the coast.
Oh, it's over there, where the hillside glens are blue in the dark and narrow valleys, and along the open fjords, that is where the people live. Not many houses on this coast.
No, they're far and few between.
Shall we be in by morning?
I hope so, if the night is not too bad.
It's gathering in the west.
It is.
Oh, by the way, look here. Remind me when we're settling up that I intend to make a present to the crew.
You're very good.
Oh, it'll only be a small one. I made money, but I've lost it. Fate and I have fallen out. You know what I have got on board. Well, that's the lot. The rest of it has taken wings and flown away.
Oh, what you've got is quite enough to win respect from folk at home.
I have no folk. There's no one waiting for this rich, ugly uncle. Well, I shall be spared some fuss at landing.
As the storm is brewing.
Now remember, if any of you need it badly, I'm not close-fisted with my money.
That's kind. They're mostly badly off.
Dinner?
They all have wives and families, can scarcely live upon their pay. And if your kindness sends them home with something extra in their pockets, tomorrow's homecoming will never be forgotten.
What's all that? Do you say they have wives and children? Married?
Yes, married, all the lot. The poorest of them all. The cook, his house, is never free from hunger.
Married? And someone waiting there to greet them when they come, is that it?
Of course, like all poor folk.
Supposing it's evening when they come, what then?
Well, then I expect that something tasty will have been got for the occasion.
A lamp upon the table.
Aye, and maybe, too, a dram to drink.
They'll sit at ease in warmth and comfort with children round them. And such hubbub in the room that no one hears half the other says to them, just because they are so happy.
Yeah, very likely. And that's why it's so kind of you to promise they shall have a little present.
No, I'm damned if they shall have it. Do you think me such a fool as to fork out for the pleasure of helping other people's children? I've worked too hard to get my money. No one's waiting for old Peer Gynt.
Just as you please. It's yours.
Quite so.
Your money.
It's mine and no one else's. Directly you've cast your ankle, I'll settle up for what I owe you for my cabin passage hither from Panama, and then I'll give you something for a dram of brandy for the crew, but not a penny more than that. You may have leave to knock me down if I give more.
You'll get my receipt and nothing else. Now, please excuse me. The storm is rising.
He crosses the deck. It has become dark, and the cabin lamps are being lit. The sea grows rougher. Fog and thick clouds gather.
Provide for a crowd of others' children. Fill others' hearts with happiness, and so be always in their thoughts. There's no one wasting thoughts on me. Lamps on their tables, I'll put them out. I'll find some way. I'll make them drunk. Not one of these fellows shall go home sober. They shall go drunk to their wives and children. They shall swear, bang loudly on the table, frighten their families out of their wits. Their wives shall scream and run out of the house, and their children too. I'll spoil their pleasure.
The ship rolls heavily. He stumbles and has difficulty holding on.
Oh, that was a bad one. The sea's as busy as if it were paid for what it's doing. It's the same always up here in the north. The sea to fight with, fierce and angry. What was that cry?
A wreck to leeward!
Starboard the helm! Keep her close to the wind!
Oh.
Are there men on the wreck? I can make out 3.
Lower a boat!
It would only capsize.
Who thinks of that? If you're men, you'll save them. You're surely not afraid of a wetting.
It's impossible in such a sea as this.
They're calling again. The wind is raging. Cook, won't you try? Come on, I'll pay you.
Not if you gave me 20 guineas.
You dogs. You cowards. Don't you know that there are these men that have wives and children who are waiting?
Patience will do them good.
Keep her stern to the breakers.
The wreck's gone under.
What's that sudden silence?
If they are married, as you suggest, then the world's the richer by 3 newly created widows.
The storm increases in violence. Peer Gynt goes aft.
There's no more faith among men any longer, no more Christianity worth the name. There's little that's good in their words or their deeds, and they pay no heed to the powers above. In a storm like tonight's, one may very well be afraid of God. These brutes should cower and remember that, as the saying goes. It's risky to play with elephants. And then they defy him openly. I'm guiltless enough. If it comes to judgment, I can prove that I made an offer to pay them. But what do I get in return for that? I know they say that your head lies easy if your conscience is clear. That may be true on terra firma, but on the sea, where an honest man's quite the exception, I don't consider it worth a rush. At sea, you can never be yourself. You simply sink or swim with the others. Should the hour of vengeance chance to strike for the cook and boatswain, I most likely should be swept along to perdition with them. There's no respect for individuals. You're nothing more than one of the crowd. My mistake has been that I've been too meek, get the blame for all that has happened. If I were younger, I do believe I'd change my tune and play the boss. There's time for it yet. It shall get aboard. The pier has come overseas a winner. By hook or crook, I'll get back the farm. I'll build on it. It shall look like a castle. But not a soul shall come into my house. They shall stand at the door and twiddle their caps. They shall beg. I'll let them do that with pleasure, but I'll not give them a single farthing. If I've had to smart from the lash of fortune, they'll find out that I can hit back again.
A stranger is seen standing beside Peer Gynt in the gloom, bowing politely to him.
Good evening.
Good evening. But who are you?
Your fellow passenger, at your service.
Indeed? I thought I was the only one.
A wrong impression. Corrected now.
Well, it's very strange. I've never seen you until this evening.
I don't go out in daytime.
Perhaps you are not well. You're white as a sheet.
I'm quite well, thank you.
Ah, what a storm.
Yes, what a blessing, man.
A blessing?
The waves are mountain high. It makes one's mouth water to think of the wrecks that there will be tonight, of the corpses that will be washed ashore.
God forbid!
Have you ever seen a man that has been strangled, or hanged, or drowned?
What on earth do you mean?
There's a grin on their faces, but the grin is ghastly, and for the most part, they've bitten their tongues.
Oh, do go away!
Only one question. Suppose, for instance, that the ship should run aground tonight and sink.
Then do you think there's danger?
I really don't know what to answer. Suppose I'm saved and you get drowned.
Oh, bosh!
Well, it's just possible. With one foot in the grave, a man inclines to charitable thoughts.
Oh, I see. It's money you want.
No, but if you would be so kind,
Teddy, Coach. Ted.
as to present me with your corpse.
This is too much.
Merely your corpse. It's for a scientific purpose.
Get out!
But my dear friend, consider. The thing would be to your advantage. I'd have you opened and laid bare. It really is the seat of dreaming that I'm seeking. But besides, I'd have you thoroughly examined.
Get out!
But, sir, a mere drowned corpse?
Blasphemous man! You encourage the storm. What folly! In all this wind and rain and heavy seas and every sign that some fatality may happen, here are you asking for something worse?
I see that you're not disposed, for the moment, to carry the matter further. But time so very often will alter things.
He bows politely.
We shall meet again when you're sinking, if not before. Perhaps then you'll be in a better humor?
He goes into the cabin.
Unpleasant fellows, these men of science. Freethinkers, too.
To the boatswain.
A word, my friend. Who is that lunatic passenger?
I did not know we had any but you.
No other? Why, this gets worse and worse.
A sailor comes out of the cabin.
Who went into that cabin just now?
The ship's dog, sir.
Land close ahead.
My trunk, my box, bring them up on deck.
We have something else to think about now.
Captain, I wasn't serious in what I said. I was only joking. Of course I'm going to help the cook.
The jib is gone.
There went the foresail. Breakers ahead.
Don't go to pieces.
The ship strikes, noise and confusion. Scene 2. Off the coast, among the rocks and breakers, the ship is sinking. Through the mist, glimpses are caught of a boat with 2 men in it. A breaking wave fills it. It capsizes. A scream is heard. Then all is still for a while. Soon afterwards, the boat comes into sight, floating keel uppermost. Peer Gynt comes to the surface near the boat.
Help! Help! A boat! Help! I shall sink! God save me, as the Bible says.
He clings tight to the keel of the boat. The cook comes to the surface on the other side of the boat.
Oh God, for my dear children's sake, be pitiful. Let me be saved.
He holds on to the keel.
Let go!
Let go?
I'll push you off.
I'll push you off.
I'll kick you off. Let go your hold. It won't bear to.
I know. Get off.
Get off yourself.
Not likely.
They fight. The cook gets one hand hurt, but clings fast to the boat with the other hand.
Take your hand away.
Be kind. Be merciful. Just think of my young children there at home.
I have more need to live than you, for I've got no children yet.
Let go. You've had your life. I'm young.
Be quick and sink. You're much too heavy.
Have mercy. For God's sake, let go. There's no one that will mourn for you. I'm drowning.
He shrinks and slips down.
No, I've got you tight by your back hair. Repeat, our Father.
I can't remember. All seems dark.
Say what's most essential. Quick.
Give us this day.
No, skip all that. You have got all that you will need.
Give us this day.
Oh, the same old song. It's easy seeing you were a cook.
His grip gives way.
Give us this day.
Goes under.
Oh, amen, lad. You were yourself up to the end.
He swings himself up to the keel of the boat.
Where there is life, there is always hope.
The stranger is seen in the water catching hold of the boat.
Good morning.
Eh?
I heard a cry. It's funny I should find you here. Well, do you see I spoke the truth?
Let go, there's barely room for one.
I'll swim quite well with my left leg. I'll float if only I insert my fingertip into this crack. But what about your corpse?
Be quiet.
The rest is absolutely done for.
Oh, do hold your tongue.
Just as you wish.
Well?
I am silent.
Oh, devil's tricks. What are you doing?
I am waiting.
Oh, I shall go mad. What are you?
Friendly.
Go on, what more?
What do you think? Don't you know anyone that's like me?
I know the devil.
Is he wont to light us on the darkest paths of life when we're beset by fear?
So it seems on explanation that you're a messenger of the light.
Friend, have you known, say twice a year, what terror really means?
Of course. One is afraid when danger threatens, but your words are ambiguous.
Well, have you ever, even once, triumphed as the result of terror?
If you have come to guide my steps, 'twas stupid not to have come before. It's not much good to choose the time when I'm most likely to be drowned.
And would your triumph be more likely if you sat singly by your fire?
Perhaps not. But your talk was foolish. How could you think it would affect me?
Where I come from, they think a smile worth quite as much as any pathos.
There is a time for everything. Things which a publican may do are most disgraceful in a bishop.
The souls of those of bygone days, whose ashes rest in funeral urns, aren't always in a solemn humor.
Oh, leave me, you bugbear! Get away! I won't die. I must get to land.
As far as that goes, make your mind quite easy. No one ever dies until he's seen the 5th act through.
Ah, it slipped out of him at last. He was a wretched moralist.
Scene 3. A churchyard high up in the mountains. A funeral is going on. The priest and the mourners are just finishing the last verse of a hymn. Peer Gynt is passing on the road and stops at the churchyard gate.
Here's another man going the way of all flesh. Well, God be praised, it isn't me.
He goes into the churchyard.
Now that his soul has gone to meet his God, and this poor dust waits like an empty husk, let us, dear friends, in a few words, recall the dead man's journey on this earth of ours. He wasn't rich, nor was he very clever. His voice was weak, his bearing scarcely manly. He had no strength of mind, nor much decision, nor in his own home did he seem the master. His manner when he came to church was such as if he felt he must request permission to take his seat among the congregation. Of Gulbrandstall he was, you know, a native, and he was scarce a boy when he came hither, and to the last, as you no doubt have noticed, he always kept his right hand in his pocket. That same peculiarity I mentioned was probably the only thing that stamped his picture on our minds, that and the shyness, the almost shamefaced diffidence with which he bore himself when he came in amongst us. But though he was so diffident and quiet, and to the last was almost like a stranger, you know quite well, in spite of his concealment, the hand he hid had no more than 4 fingers. I well remember many years ago, during the war, one morning a conscription was held at Lunde. Everyone was full of Norway's troubles and her doubtful future. Behind a table, I remember, sat a captain and the mayor and several sergeants, and one by one our lads came in, were measured and rolled, and duly sworn into the army. The room was full, and outside in the courtyard was heard the noise of the young people's laughter. A name was called out, and a lad came in with face as white as snow upon the hilltops. They told him to come forward to the table. His right hand was all swathed up in a napkin. He gasped and swallowed, tried to find his voice, but seemed as if he had no words to answer the captain's questions. Still, at last he did, and then with crimson face and faltering tongue that sometimes let the words out with a rush, he mumbled some tale of an accident, a reaping hook that slipped and cut his finger clean off his hand. There was a sudden silence. Men exchanged glances, lips were curled in scorn, looks of disdain were flashed upon the lad, who stood there staring with unseeing eyes. He felt it, their scorn, although he did not see it. And then the captain, an old gray-haired man, stood up and spat and pointed to the door and said, "Begone!" And so the lad went out. Those in the room divided to make way, so that he ran the gauntlet of them all. He reached the door and then took to his heels, ran up the hillside, through the woods and pastures, up over rocks and stones, stumbling and slipping, to where his home was far up the mountains. 'Twas 6 months after that when he came hither, bringing his mother, children, and betrothed. He leased some land upon the mountainside near to where Lomb is bounded by the moor. As soon as it was possible, he married the mother of his children, built a house, broke up the stony ground with such success that yellow grain in patches soon appeared amidst the rocks. It's true that when he went to church, he kept his right hand in his pocket, but on his farm, I know he worked as well with 9 fingers as others with their 10. Then one wet spring, a flood swept all away. They saved their lives, but nothing else. And poor and naked as he was, he set to work to clear the soil afresh, and by the autumn he built himself a house on safer ground. Safer, yes, from the flood, but not the mountains. For 2 years later, in an avalanche, all that he had was overwhelmed again. But even avalanches had no power to daunt his soul. He set to work to dig and clear the snow and save what might be left. And ere the winter's snow had come again, he'd built his little house a 3rd time up. 3 sons he had, 3 fine young lads, and they must go to school, and school was far away. And so from where the public roadway ended, he had to cut a steep and narrow path through the hard snow. And then what did he do? The eldest boy had to climb up and scramble as best he could, and where it was too steep, his father roped him to him for support. The other 2 he carried in his arms and on his back. And thus, year after year, he drudged, and his 3 sons grew to be men. Then came a time when he might surely ask for something in return from them, but they 3 men in far America had quite forgotten their Norwegian father and how he used to help them to the school. He was a man whose vision never saw farther than what lay nearest to his hand. Words which resound in other people's hearts were meaningless to him as tinkling bells, family, country, all that's best and brightest were blurred and hidden by a veil of tears. But never did I know a man so humble. From that conscription day he carried with him the sense of guilt, which showed as plainly on him as did the blush of shame upon his cheek, and his 4 fingers hidden in his pocket. A breaker of his country's laws? Perhaps. But there is something that outshines the law as certainly as Glittertinda's peaks stand gleaming in the sun above the clouds. He was a bad citizen, no doubt, for church and state alike a sterile tree. But up there on the rocky mountainside, in the small circle of his hearth and home, where his work lay, there I say he was great, because he was himself. 'Twas only there the metal he was made of could ring true. His life was like a melody that's played on muted strings, and therefore peace be with you, poor silent warrior, who fought and fell, waging the little war of peasant's life. We will not seek to search the heart and reins. That's not a task for us, but for his maker. Still, this I hope, this I hope, and hope with confidence, that this man, as he stands before the throne, is not a cripple in the eyes of God.
The congregation disperses. Peer Gynt remains alone.
Well, that's what I call Christianity. Nothing in it to make one feel uneasy. Indeed, the theme of the priest's address, that we should all strive to be ourselves, is really extremely edifying.
He looks into the grave.
Was it he, I wonder, who slashed his knuckles when I was felling trees in the forest? Who knows? If I were not standing here by the grave of this congenial spirit, I might believe that it was myself that was sleeping there and was listening in dreams to praises that I deserved. It's really a beautiful Christian practice to take a kindly retrospect of the whole life of the departed. I'd readily accept a verdict from this most worthy priest. However, I have still some time left, I expect, before the sexton comes and claims me. And as the scripture says, the best is still the best. And in like manner, sufficient for the day is the evil thereof. Oh, and further, do not borrow trouble. The church is the only comforter. Up till now, I have never given the credit to it that is its due. But now I know what good it does you to hear authority proclaim, as you have sowed, so must you reap. We must be ourselves in everything, both great and small. We must look after ourselves and what concerns ourselves. Though fortune fail us, we shall win respect if our careers have been shaped in accordance with this doctrine. And now for home. What though the way be steep and narrow? What though fortune be still malicious? Old Peer Gynt will go his own way and remain, as always, poor but virtuous.
He goes. Scene 4. A hillside showing the dried-up bed of a stream which stands by a ruined mill. The ground is torn up and everything is in a ruinous state. Outside the mill, an auction is taking place. There is a large and noisy gathering of people, and drinking is going on. Peer Gynt is sitting on a heap of rubbish near the mill.
Backward or forward, it's just as far. Out or in, the ways is narrow. Time destroys and the stream cuts through. Round about, said the boy, and we must needs hear.
Now there's nothing left but the rubbish. Strangers too, God save you, sir.
Well met, this is a merry scene. Is it a christening or a wedding?
I should rather say a housewarming. The bride, poor thing, is food for worms.
And worms are fighting for rags and scraps.
It's a finished story, and this is the end.
Every story ends the same. I've known them all since I was a boy.
Holding a casting ladle.
Look what a fine thing I've bought.
Peer Gynt used to mold buttons with this. I got a fine purse for a farthing.
A peddler's pack for 2 penny halfpenny.
Peer Gynt, who was he?
I only know he was brother-in-law to the bridegroom, Death, and also to the blacksmith, Aslak.
You're forgetting me. You must be drunk.
You're forgetting the loft door at Hegstead.
So I was, but you were never dainty.
If only she doesn't play Death a trick.
Come on, have a drink with your relation.
Relation be damned, your drunken fancies.
Oh, nonsense. Blood is thicker than that. At least we're both Peer Gynt's relations.
Oh, I'm meeting old friends.
My poor dead mother will come after you, Aslak, if you get drinking.
The agriculturalists are wrong. It doesn't smell better the deeper you dig.
Here's the Davra cat, or at least his skin. It was he chased the troll on Christmas Eve.
Here's the fine buck on which Peer Gynt rode right along the ridge of Gendon.
Why, Aslak, do you know this hammer? Was it this you used when the devil escaped?
Madsmon, here's the invisible cloak in which Peer Gynt and Ingrid vanished.
Some brandy, boys. I'm feeling old. I'll hold an auction of all my rubbish.
What have you got to sell?
A castle. It's up at Ronda and solidly built.
I bid 1 button.
A drink with it then. It's a sin and shame to offer less.
He's a merry old chap.
Gainer, my horse. Who bids?
Where is he?
Way in the west, near the sunset, boys. He can trot as fast as Peer Gynt could make up his lies.
What more have you?
Both gold and rubbish. I bought them at a loss, and now I'll sell them at a sacrifice.
Put them up.
A vision of a prayer book. You may have it for a hook and eye.
Deuce take your visions.
Then my empire, I throw it to you. You may scramble for it.
Does the crown go with it?
A lovely crown of straw, but it will fit the first that puts it on. Here's something more, an empty egg, grey hair of a madman, the prophet's beard, you may have them all. If you'll only show me on the hillside a signpost marked, "This is the way."
The way you're going on, my man, I think will lead you to the lockup.
Very likely. But tell me, who was Peer Gynt?
Oh, bother.
Oh, excuse me, I want to know.
Well, they say an incurable romancer.
Romancer?
Yes, romanced about all sorts of glorious deeds as if he had done all of them himself. Excuse me now, my friend, I'm busy.
And he goes away.
And where's this wonderful fellow now?
He went overseas to a foreign land and came to grief as one might have expected. It's many years now since he was hanged.
Hanged? Dear me, I was sure of it. The late Peer Gynt was himself to the last. Goodbye. I'm much obliged to you all.
He takes a few steps and stops.
You merry boys and lovely women, may I tell you a story in return?
Oh, yes, if you know one.
Certainly.
He comes back to them. His face takes on an altered expression.
I was in San Francisco gold digging, and the whole town was full of freaks. One played the fiddle with his toes. One danced fandangos on his knees. The third, I heard, kept making verses while holes were bored right through his skull. To this freak show the devil came to try his luck like so many others. His line was this. He could imitate the grunting of a pig exactly. His personality attracted, although he was not recognized. The house was full and on tenterhooks of expectation. In he strode, dressed in a cape with flowing wings. Man muss sich appearen, as the Germans say. But no one knew that in his cape he had a little pig concealed. And now he started his performance. The devil pinched, the pig gave tongue, the whole was a fantasia on a pig's life from birth to slaughter. Ended up with a shriek like that which follows on the slaughterer's stroke, with which the artist bowed and went. Then there arose a keen discussion among the experts in the audience. The noises were both praised and censured. Some found the tone of them too thin. Others declared the dying shriek was too far studied. But they all were of the same mind on one point, that the performance was qua grunt, exceedingly exaggerated. You see, that's what the devil got because he made the sad mistake of reckoning without his public.
He bows and goes away. An uneasy silence falls on the crowd. Peer, in his auction scene, had tried to lay bare his innermost despair, and the crowd took it as a joke. Hence, he tells them this fable. Scene 5, a clearing in a great forest on the eve of Pentecost. In the background is seen a hut with a pair of reindeer horns over the door. Peer Gynt is on all fours on the ground, grubbing up wild onions.
This is one standpoint. Where is the next? One should try all things and choose the best. I have done that. I have been a Caesar, and now I'm behaving like Nebuchadnezzar. So I might go through the Bible history. The old boy is back to Mother Earth. Now remember, the book says, dust thou art. The great thing in life is to fill your belly. Fill it with onions. It matters little. I'll fit some cunning traps and snares. There is a brook. I'll not go thirsty, and all wild things shall do my bidding. And suppose I die, which perhaps may happen. I'll creep beneath a fallen tree. Like the bear, I'll cover myself with leaves and scratch in the bark in great big letters, "Here lies Peer Gynt," a decent chap, who was emperor of all the beasts. Emperor? Oh, you absurd old humbug. You're not an emperor, you're an onion. Now, my dear Pierre, I'm going to peel you, however little you may enjoy it.
He takes an onion and peels it layer by layer.
There's the untidy outer husk. That's the shipwrecked man on the wreck of the boat. Next layer is the passenger man, thin and skinny, still smacking of Peer Gynt a little. Next we come to the gold digger self. Oh, the pith of it's gone. Someone's seen to that. This layer with a hardened edge is the fur hunter of Hudson Bay. The next one's like a crown. Oh, no, thank you. I'll throw it away without further question. Here's the antiquarian, short and sturdy. And here is the prophet, fresh and juicy. He stinks, as the saying goes, of lies, enough to bring water to your eyes. This layer, effeminately curled, is the man who lived a life of pleasure. The next looks sickly. It's streaked with black. Black may mean missionaries or Negroes.
Pulls off several layers together.
Ah, there's a most surprising lot of layers. Are we never coming to the kernel?
He pulls all that is left to pieces.
There isn't one. To the innermost bit, it's nothing but layers, smaller and smaller. Nature's a joke. Deuce take all thinking. If you begin that, you may miss your footing. Well, anyway, I don't run that risk. As long as I'm down on all fours here. Life's an uncommonly old contraption. It plays an underhand game with us. If you try to catch hold of it, it'll use you, and you get what you didn't expect. Or nothing. That hut.
Goes closer to the hut, looks at it, and starts.
That hut. In the forest, eh? I'm certain I must have seen that hut before. With the reindeer horns there over the door. A mermaid carved on the end of the gable. Well, that's a lie. No mermaid, just logs and nails. And a bolt that should keep out plaguey thoughts.
Bolveg's voice is heard from the hut.
Solveig?
Now all is ready for the Pentecost, ready for the Pentecost. Dear lad, far away, are you coming near? If your burden's heavy, then rest a while, then rest a while. I gave thee my promise, forever I am thine, forever I
Peer Gynt rises to his feet, deathly pale and quiet.
One who remembered, and one who forgot. One who has kept what the other has lost. Life's serious, not a foolish jest. Ah, misery. Here my empire lay.
And he runs into the wood. Scene 6. A moor with firs at night. A forest fire had laid it waste. Charred tree trunks for miles around. Patches of white mist are lying here and there over the ground. Peer Gynt comes running over the moor.
Ashes, mists, and dust clouds flying, fine material to build with, stench and rottenness within them, all a whited sepulchre. Fancies, dreams, and stillborn wisdom for a base, while lies shall serve for a staircase for the building of a lofty pyramid. Flight from everything that's worthy, no repentance, only terror. These shall cap a building labelled Petrus, Gintus, Te Caesar Fecit. What does that sound like, children weeping? Weeping that is half a song. What are these that I see rolling at my feet like balls of thread? Go away! You block the path up.
We are the thread balls. We are thoughts. You should have thought us. Little feet to life, you would have brought us.
I've only brought one thought to life, and it was wry and bandy-legged.
We should have risen with glorious sound, but here like thread balls, we are earthbound.
Thread balls? You infernal rascals, are you tripping up your father?
We are a watchword. You should have used us. Life by your sloth has been refused us. By worms we're eaten, all up and down. No fruit will have us for spreading crown.
Still, you have not been born for nothing. Lie still, and you will serve for manure.
We're songs. You should have sung us. In the depths of your heart, despair has wrung us. We lay and waited. You called us not. May your throat and voice with poison rot.
Poison yourselves, you silly doggerel. Had I any time for verse and twaddle?
We are tears which were never shed, a cutting ice which all hearts dread. We could have melted, but now its dart is frozen into a stubborn heart. The wound is closed, our power is lost.
Thanks. I wept at Rondersvalen and got a thrashing on the backside.
We are deeds you have left undone, strangled by doubt, spoiled ere begun. At the judgment day we shall be there to tell our tale. How will you fare?
Rubbish. You can't condemn a man for actions that he hasn't done.
If I were a driver, you've upset me into a snowdrift, muddied and wet me. Peer, where's the castle? You've driven madly, the whip in your hand, the devil's used badly.
Oh, I'd best be off while I am able. If I have to bear the burden of the devil's sins, I'll sink into the ground. I find my own quite a heavy enough load.
And he runs off. Scene 7, another part of the moor.
Sexton, sexton, where are you all? Open your bleating mouths and sing. We've bands of crape tied around our hats and plenty of corpses for burying.
The button molder, carrying his box of tools and a big casting ladle, comes in by a side path.
Well met, Gaffer.
Good evening, my friend.
You seem in a hurry. Where are you going?
To a funeral.
Really? My sight's not good. Excuse me, is your name by any chance Pierre?
Pierre Gynt's my name.
Oh, what a piece of luck. It was just Pierre Gynt I was looking for.
Were you? What for?
Well, as you see, I'm a button moulder, and you must be popped into my casting ladle.
What for?
So as to be melted down.
Melted?
Yes, it's clean and it's empty. Your grave is dug and your coffin ordered. Your body will make fine food for worms, but the master's orders bid me fetch your soul at once.
Impossible. Like this? Without the slightest warning?
Alike for funerals and confinements. The custom is to choose the day without giving the slightest warning to the chief guest of the occasion.
No, quite so. My head is going round. You are?
You heard. A button moulder.
I understand. My favourite child is called by lots of names. Well, Pierre, so that's to be the end of your journey. Still, it's a scurvy trick to play me. I deserved something a little kinder. I'm not so bad as perhaps you think. I've done some little good in the world. At worst, I might be called a bungler, but certainly not an out-and-out sinner.
But that is just the point, my man. In the highest sense, you're not a sinner. So you escape the pangs of torment and come into the casting ladle.
Call it what you like. A ladle or the bottomless pit, it's just the same. Ginger is always hot in the mouth. Whatever you may be pleased to call it, Satan, away!
You're not so rude as to think that I've a cloven hoof.
A cloven hoof or fox's claws, whichever you like. So now pack off. Mind your own business and be off.
My friend, you're under a great delusion. We're both in a hurry, so to save time, I'll try to explain the matter to you. You are, as you yourself have said, nothing in the way of a sinner. Scarcely a middling one, perhaps.
Now you're talking reasonably.
Oh, wait a bit. I think it would be going too far to call you virtuous.
Well, I certainly don't lay claim to that.
Well then, say something betwixt and between. Sinners in the true grand style are seldom met with nowadays. That style of sin needs power of mind. It's something more than dabbling in mud.
Oh, that's perfectly true. One should go at it with something of a berserk's fury.
You, on the contrary, my friend, took sinning lightly.
Just, my friend, a little mud-splashed, so to speak.
Now we're agreed. The bottomless pit is not for you who played with mud.
Consequently, my friend, I take it that I may have your leave to go, just as I came.
Oh, no, my friend. Consequently, you'll be melted down.
What's this new game that you've invented while I have been abroad?
The practice is just as old as the creation and was invented for the purpose of keeping things up to the standard. You know, in metalwork, for instance, it sometimes happens that a casting turns out a failure. Absolutely. Buttons are turned out without loops. What would you do in such a case?
I'd throw the trash away.
Exactly. Your father had the reputation of reckless wastefulness as long as he had anything to waste. The master, on the other hand, is economical, you see, and therefore is a man of substance. He never throws away as useless a single thing that may be dealt with as raw material. Now, you were meant to be a gleaming button on the world's waistcoat, but your loop was missing. So you've got to go into the scrap heap to be merged into the mass.
But do you mean that I've got to be melted down with any Tom, Dick and Harry and moulded fresh?
That's what I mean. That's what we've done to not a few. It's what they do at the mint with money when the coin is much too worn with use.
Well, it's simply disgusting niggardliness, my dear friend. Won't you let me go? A loopless button? A smooth, worn coin? What are they to a man of your master's substance?
The fact of your having a soul's enough to give you a certain intrinsic value.
No, I say. With tooth and nail, I'll fight against it. I'd rather far put up with anything than that.
But what do you mean by anything? You must be reasonable, you know. You're not the sort that goes to heaven.
I'm humble. I don't aim so high as that, but I'm not going to lose a single jot of what's myself. Let me be sentenced in ancient fashion. Send me to him with the cloven hoof for a certain time, say 100 years. If this sentence must be a very severe one, that's a thing I dare say one might put up with. The torture would then be only moral, and perhaps, after all, not so very tremendous. It would be a transition, so to speak. As the fox said, if you wait, there comes deliverance, and you may get back. Meanwhile, you hope for better days. The other idea, to be swallowed up like a speck in a mass of strange material, this ladle business, losing all the attributes that make a Gynt, that fills my innermost soul with horror.
But my dear Pierre, there is no need for you to make so great a fuss about so small a thing, because you never have yet been yourself. What difference can it make to you if, when you die, you disappear?
I've never been myself. Oh, you make me laugh. Peer Gynt, anything but himself? No, friend Button Moulder, you're wrong. You're judging blindly. If you searched my innermost being, you would find I'm Peer right through and nothing else.
Impossible. Here are my orders. See? They say, you will fetch Peer Gynt. He has defied his destiny, he is a failure, and must go straight into the casting ladle.
Why, nonsense. It must surely mean some other Gynt. Are you quite sure that it says Peer, not John or Rasmus?
I melted them down long ago. Now, come along and don't waste time.
No, that I won't. Suppose tomorrow you found that it meant someone else. That would be pleasant. My good man, you must be careful and remember what a responsibility.
Oh, you've got my orders to protect me.
Oh, give me a little respite then.
What for?
I will find means to prove that all my life I've been myself. That is, of course, the point at issue.
Prove it? But how?
With witnesses and testimonials.
I fear that you won't satisfy the master.
I'm quite sure that I shall. Besides, we'll talk about that when the time comes. Dear man, just let me have myself on loan for quite a little while. I will come back to you. We men are not born more than once, you know. And naturally we make a fight to keep the self with which we came into the world. Are we agreed?
So be it. But remember this, at the next crossroads, we shall meet.
Peer Gynt runs off. Scene 8, another part of the moor.
Oh, time is money, as people say. If I only knew where the crossroads are. It may be near or it may be far. The ground seems to burn my feet like fire. A witness, where shall I find one? Well, it's next to impossible here in the forest. The word's a bungle. It's managed wrong if it's necessary for a man to prove his rights that are clear as the noonday sun.
A bent old man with a staff in his hand and a bag on his back hobbles up to Peer Gynt.
Kind sir, give a harmless old man a penny.
I'm sorry, I have no change about me.
Prince Peer, can it be that we meet at last?
Why, who?
He's forgotten the old man that wronged.
You surely are never...
The king of the Dovre.
The Troll King? Really? The Troll King? Answer.
But in different circumstances.
Ruined?
I robbed of everything, a tramp, and as hungry as a wolf.
Hooray! Such witnesses as this don't grow on every tree.
Your Highness has grown grey too since last we met.
Worry and age, dear father-in-law. Well, let's forget our private affairs and above all our family squabbles. I was a foolish youth.
Yes, yes, you were young, and youth must have its fling. And it's lucky for you that you jilted your bride. You've escaped a lot of shame and bother, for afterwards she went clean to the bad.
Dear me.
Now she may look after herself. Just think, she and Trond have gone off together.
What Trond?
Of the Valfjeld.
He? Uh-huh. I robbed him of the cowherd girls.
But my grandson's grown a fine big fellow and is bouncing babies all over the country.
But you know, my dear man, I must cut you short. I'm quite full of a different matter. I'm in a rather difficult position and have to get a certificate or a testimonial from someone. And I think that you will be the very person. I could always raise the wind enough to stand you a drink.
Oh, can I really be of assistance to your Highness? Perhaps, if that is so, you'll give me a character in return?
With pleasure. I'm a little short of ready money and have to be careful in every way. Now listen to me. Of course you remember how I came that night to woo your daughter.
Of course, your Highness.
Oh, drop the title. Well, you wanted to do me violence, to spoil my sight by cutting my eyeball and turn Peer Gynt into a troll. What did I do? I strongly objected, swore I would stand on my own feet, gave up my love and power and honours simply and solely to be myself. I want you to swear that in court.
I can't do that.
What's that you're saying?
You'll surely not force me to swear a lie. Remember that you put on troll breeches and tasted on me.
Well, yes, you tempted me. But I resolutely made up my mind that I would not give in. And that's the way a man shows what he's worth. A song depends on its concluding verse.
But the conclusion, Pierre, was just the opposite of what you think.
What do you mean?
You took away my motto graven on your heart.
What motto?
That compelling word.
Word?
That distinguishes a troll from mankind. Troll, to thyself be. Enough!
Enough!
And ever since, with all the energy you have, you've lived according to that motto.
Peer Gynt?
You're most ungrateful. You've lived like a troll, but have kept it secret. The word I taught has enabled you to move in the world like a well-to-do man. And now you begin abusing me, and the word to which you owe gratitude.
Enough! A mere troll, an egoist? Must be nonsense, it can't be true.
Don't you suppose that we have our newspapers? Wait, I will show you in black and white how the Blocksberg Post has sung your praises. The Heckelfjeld News has done the same ever since the winter you went abroad. Will you read them, Pierre? I'll be pleased to let you. Here's an article signed Stallion's Hoof. Here's one on the national spirit of trolldom. The writer shows how true it is that it doesn't depend upon horns or tails, but on having the spirit of trollhood in one. Our enough, he concludes, is what gives the stamp of troll to man, and he mentions you as a striking instance.
I? A troll?
It seems quite clear.
And I might have stayed where I was and lived in peace and comfort at Ronde. I might have saved shoe leather and spared myself much toil and trouble. Peer Gynt? A troll? Oh, it's a pack of lies. Oh, goodbye. Here's a penny to buy tobacco.
But dear Prince Peer...
Oh, drop this nonsense. You're mad or else you're in your dotage. Go to a hospital.
Aye, it's that I'm looking for. But, as I told you, my grandson's very influential in all this part, and tells the people I don't exist except in legends. The saying goes that one's relations are always the worst. And now, alas, I feel the truth of it. It's sad to be looked on as being merely a legendary personage.
Dear man, you're not the only one to suffer that mishap.
And then we trolls have nothing in the way of charities or savings banks or alms boxes. Such institutions would never be acceptable at Ronde.
No. And there you see the work of your confounded motto, you'll find, to thyself be enough.
Your Highness has no need to grumble, and if in some way or another...
You're on the wrong scent altogether. I'm at the end of my resources.
Impossible! Your Highness ruined?
Cleared out. Even my princely self is now in pawn. And that's your fault. You cursed trolls. It only shows what comes of evil company.
So there's another of my hopes destroyed. Goodbye. I'd better try and beg my way down in the town.
And when you're there, what will you do?
I'll try and go upon the stage. They're advertising for national types in the papers.
Oh, well, good luck to you. And give my kind regards to them. If only I can free myself, I'll go the same way too. I'll write a farce that shall be both profound and entertaining, and its title shall be Sic Transit Gloria Mundi.
He runs off along the path, leaving the old man calling after. Scene 9, at Crossroads.
This is the tightest corner, Pierre, that you've ever been in. The trolls enough has done for you. Your ship's a wreck, you must cling to the wreckage, anything to avoid the general rubbish heap.
At the parting of the ways.
Well, Pierre. Well, Pierre Gynt, and your witnesses?
Well, Crossroads here. This is quick work.
I can read your face as easily as I can a book and know your thoughts.
Oh, I'm tired from running. One goes astray.
Yes, and besides, what does it lead to?
True enough. In the woods, in this failing light.
There's an old man trudging along. Shall we call him?
Oh, let him alone. He's a drunken scamp.
But perhaps he could...
No, don't call him.
Ah, is that the way of it?
Just one question. What is it really to be oneself?
That's a strange question from a man who just now...
Tell me what I asked you.
To be oneself is to slay oneself. But as perhaps that explanation is thrown away on you, let's say, to follow out, in everything what the master's intention was.
But suppose a man was never told what the master's intention was.
Insight should tell him.
But our insight is so often is at fault, and then we're thrown out of our stride completely.
Quite so, Peer Gynt. And lack of insight gives to our friend with the cloven hoof the strongest weapon, let me tell you.
It's all an extremely subtle problem. But listen, I give up my claim to have been myself. It very likely would be too difficult to prove it. I'll not attempt to fight the point, but as I was wandering all alone over the moor just now, I felt a sudden prick from the spur of conscience. I said to myself, you are a sinner.
Oh, now you're back where you started.
No, not at all. I mean a great one. Not only in deed, but in thought and word. I lived a dreadful life abroad.
Maybe, but have you anything to show to prove it?
No, give me time. I'll find a priest and get it all in writing, properly attested.
If you can do that, it will clear things up, and you will be spared the casting ladle. But my orders, Peer.
They're on very old paper. It certainly dates from a long time back, when the life I lived was loose and foolish. I posed as a prophet and fatalist. Well, may I try?
But
Be obliging. I'm sure you have no great press of business. It's excellent air in this part of the country. It adds years to the people's lives. The parson at Ystad used to say, it is seldom that anyone dies in this valley.
As far as the next crossroads, no farther.
I must find a parson, if I have to go through fire and water to get him.
Scene 10, a heathery slope. A winding path leads up to the hills.
You can never tell what will come in useful, as Ibsen said of the magpie's wing. Who would have thought that one's sinfulness would in the end prove one's salvation? The whole affair is a ticklish business, for it's out of the frying pan into the fire. But still, there's a saying that's very true, namely that while there's life, there's hope.
A thin person dressed in a priest's cassock, which is well tucked up, and carrying a bird-catcher's net over his shoulder, comes running down the hill.
Who's that with the bird net? It's a parson! Hooray! I really am in luck today. Good afternoon, sir. The path is rough.
It is. Oh, but what would not one put up with to win a soul?
Oh, then there's someone who's bound for heaven?
Not at all. I hope he's bound for another place.
May I walk with you a little way?
Well, by all means. I'm glad of company.
Something is on my mind.
Speak on.
Well, you have the look of an honest man. I've always kept my country's laws and never been put under lock and key. Still, a man misses his footing sometimes and stumbles.
That's so, with the best of us.
Oh, these trifles, you know.
Only trifles?
Oh, yes, I have never gone in for wholesale sinning.
Then, my dear man, don't bother me. I'm not the man you seem to think. I see you're looking at my fingers. What do you think of them?
Your nails seem most remarkably developed.
And now you're glancing at my feet?
Is that hoof natural?
Of course.
Could have sworn you were a parson. And so I have the honor to meet... Oh, odd luck. If the front door is open, one doesn't use the servants' entrance. If one should meet the king himself, one does not need approach through lackeys.
Shake hands. You seem unprejudiced, my dear sir. What can I do to serve you? You must not ask me for wealth or power. I haven't such a thing to give you, however willing I might be. You wouldn't believe how bad things are with us just now. Nothing goes right. Souls are so scarce, just now and then a single one.
Have people then improved so wonderfully?
No, just the reverse. Deteriorated shamefully. The most of them end up in the casting ladle.
Ah, I have heard a little about that. It really was on that account that I approached you.
Oh, speak quite freely.
Well, if it's not too much to ask, I'm very anxious to secure...
A snug retreat, eh?
Ah, you have guessed what I would say before I said it. You say you're not doing much business. So perhaps my small suggestion might not be so irksome.
But, my friend...
I do not ask for much. Of course, I shouldn't look for any wages, but only as far as possible to be treated as one of the family.
A nice warm room?
But not too warm. And preferably I should like an easy access in and out so that I could retrace my steps if opportunity should offer for something better.
My dear friend, I really am extremely sorry, but you can't think how very often exactly similar requests are made to me by people leaving the scene of all their earthly labor.
But when I call to mind my conduct in days gone by, it seems to me I am just suited for admittance.
But they were trifles.
Oh, in a sense. Still, now that I remember it, I did some trade in Negro slaves.
I have had folk who carried on a trade in minds and wills, but still did it half-heartedly, and they didn't get in.
Well, I've exported idols of Buddha out to China.
Oh, rubbish! We only laugh at those. I have known folk disseminating uglier idols, far in sermons, in art and literature, and yet not getting in.
Oh, but, yes, but look here, I've passed myself off as a prophet.
Abroad? That's nothing. Such escapades end mostly in the casting ladle. If you've no stronger claim than that, I can't admit you, however much I'd like to do it.
Well, but, listen. I had been shipwrecked and was clinging fast to a boat that had been capsized. A drowning man clings to a straw, the saying goes. But there's another matter. Everyone for himself. And so that the fact that the ship's cook was drowned was certainly half due to me.
It would have been more to the point if you had been responsible for stealing half a cookmaid's virtue. Begging your pardon, what's the good of all this talk of half a sin? Who do you think in these hard times is going to waste expensive fuel on worthless rubbish such as that? Oh, no, don't be angry. It's your sins and not yourself I'm sneering at. Excuse my speaking out so plainly. Be wise, my friend, and give it up. Resign yourself to the casting ladle. Suppose I gave you board and lodging. What could you gain by that? Consider. You are a reasonable man. Your memory's good, it's very true. But everything you can recall, whether you judge it with your head or with your heart, is nothing more than what our Swedish friends would call very poor sport. There's nothing in it that's worth a tear or worth a smile, worth boasting or despairing of. Nothing to make one hot or cold. Only, perhaps, to make one angry.
Well, you can't tell where the shoe is pinching unless you've got it on, you know.
That's true, and thanks to so-and-so, I only need one odd one. Still, I'm glad you mentioned shoes, because it has reminded me that I must push along. I've got to fetch a joint I hope will prove a fat one. I haven't any time to spare to stand here gossiping like this.
And may I ask what sort of brew of sin this fellow has concocted?
As far as I can gather, he has been persistently himself both day and night, and that is what is at the root of the whole matter.
Himself? Oh. Does your domain include people like that?
Just as it happens, the door is always left ajar. Remember that there are two ways a man can be himself. A cloth Peer Gynt has both a right side and a wrong. You know, they've lately invented in Paris a method by which they can take a portrait by means of the sun. They can either make a picture like the original or else what is called a negative. The latter reverses the light and shade. To the casual eye, it's far from pretty, but the likeness is in it all the same, and to bring it out is all that is needed. If, in the conduct of its life, a soul has photographed itself so as to make a negative, they don't on that account destroy the plate. They send it on to me. I take in hand the rest of the process and proceed to effect a transformation. I steam it, dip it, burn it, clean it with sulfur and other ingredients till I get the likeness the plate should give. That's to say, what is called a positive. But when, as in your case, it's half rubbed out, no sulfur or lye is of any use.
So then one may come to you like soot and depart like snow. May I ask what name is on the particular negative that you're on the point of converting now into a positive?
Yes, Peer Gynt.
Peer Gynt? Indeed. Is Peer Gynt himself?
He swears he is.
He's a truthful man.
You know him, perhaps?
Oh, just as one knows so many people.
I've not much time. When did you see him last?
At the Cape.
The Cape of Good Hope?
Yes, but I think he's just on the point of leaving there.
Then I must start for there at once. I only hope I'm in time to catch him. I've always had bad luck at the Cape. It's full of missionaries from Stavanger.
The silly creature, he's offered a run. On a wrong scent, too. He'll be disappointed. It was quite a pleasure to fool such a donkey. A nice chap to give himself airs and come the superior over me. He has nothing to give himself airs about. He won't grow fat on his trade, I'll warrant. He'll lose his job if he isn't careful. I'm not so very secure in the saddle. I am out of the self-aristocracy, good and all, as it seems to me.
A shooting star flashes across the sky. He nods to it.
Oh, Peer Gynt salutes you, brother star. To shine, to be quenched and lost in the void.
He pulls himself together apprehensively and plunges deeper into the mist. After a short silence, he calls out,
Is there no one in the universe, nor in the abyss, nor yet in heaven?
He retraces his steps, throws his hat on the ground, and tears his hair. By degrees, he grows calmer.
So poor, so miserably poor may a soul return to the darkling mist and become as nothing. Beautiful earth, forgive me for having trodden thee all to no purpose. Beautiful sun, the glorious rays have shone upon an empty shell. No one within to receive warmth and comfort from thee. The owner never in his house. Beautiful sun, beautiful earth. 'Twas but for naught you warmed and nourished my mother. Nature is a spendthrift, and the spirit but a greedy miser. One's life's a heavy price to pay for being born. Oh, I will go up to the highest mountain tops. I'll see the sun rise once again and gaze upon the promised land until my eyes are weary, and the snow may fall and cover me, and on my resting place be written an epitaph, the tomb of no one. And after that, well, come what may.
Oh, blessed day when the gift of tongues descended on earth in strays of fire, for all the world creation sings the language of heavenly choir.
Oh, I will not look. There's nothing there but desert waste. I am in terror of being dead long ere my death.
Tries to steal into the thickets, but finds himself standing at crossroads. Scene 11. Crossroads. Peer Gynt is confronted by the button molder.
Good morning, Peer Gynt. Where is your list of sins?
I assure you that I have shouted and whistled for all I knew.
But yet found no one.
Only a traveling photographer.
Well, your time is up.
Everything's up. The owl smells a rat. You hear him hooting?
That's the matins bell.
What's that? Shining.
Only a light in a house.
That sound like wailing.
Only a woman's song.
'Tis there. There I shall find my list of sins.
Come, set your house in order.
They have come out of the wood and are standing near Solveig's hut. Day is dawning.
Set my house in order. That's it. Go, be off. Were your ladle as big as a coffin, I tell you 'twould not hold me in my list.
To the third crossroads, Peer. But then...
He moves aside and disappears.
Backward or forward, it's just as far. Out or in, the ways as narrow. No, like a wild, unceasing cry, I seem to hear a voice that bids me, go in, go back, back to my home.
He takes a few steps, then stops again.
Round about, said the boy.
He hears the sound of singing from the hut.
No, this time it's straight ahead, in spite of all, however narrow be the way.
He runs towards the hut. At the same time, Solveig comes to the door, guiding her steps with a stick, for she is nearly blind. She is dressed for church and carries a prayer book wrapped up in a handkerchief. She stands still, erect, and gentle.
Pronounce the sentence on a sinner.
'Tis he! 'Tis he! Thanks be to God.
Tell me how sinfully I have offended.
You have sinned in nothing, my own dear lad.
He gropes for him again and finds him.
Where is that list of sins, Peer Gynt?
Cry out my sins aloud.
You have made my life a beautiful song. Bless you for having come back to me, and blessed be this morn of Pentecost.
Then I am lost.
There is one who will help.
Lost unless you can solve a riddle.
What is it?
What is it? You shall hear. Can you tell me where Peer Gynt has been since last we met?
Where he has been?
With the mark of destiny on his brow, the man that he was when a thought of God's created him. Can you tell me that? If not, I must go to my last home in the land of shadows.
That riddle's easy.
Tell me, then, where was my real self, complete and true, the Peter who bore the stamp of God upon his brow?
In my faith, in my hope, and in my love.
What are you saying? It is a riddle that you are speaking now. So speaks a mother of her child.
Ah, yes, and that is what I am. But he who grants a pardon for the sake of a mother's prayers, he is his father.
A ray of light seems to flash on Peer Gynt. He cries out.
Ah, mother and wife, you stainless woman. Oh, hide me. Hide me in your love.
He clings to her and buries his face in her lap. There is a long silence. The sun rises.
Sleep, my darling, my baby boy. I will rock you, my child, and watch thee. Crooning lullabies with fondness rise. May he recall them all the days of his life. May mother's bosom ward of all annoy all the days of his life. A heaven that were joy. On mother's bosom he shall safely rest all the days of his life. So weary and distressed, sleep, my darling, my baby boy, sleep, sleep. I will rock thee, my child, and watch thee sleep, sleep.
The button molder's voice is heard from behind the hut.
At the last crossroads, I shall meet you, Pierre. Then we'll see whether I say no more.
I will rock thee, my child, and watch thee sleep, my darling, my baby boy.
God, we got through it.
Yes.
Finally. Hey, well done, everybody. Magic stuff.
We did it!
Yeah, we did. Well done, Eleanor.
Thank you.
Bravo,
In 5 hours and 18 minutes.
Yeah.
Every one of you. I couldn't have done it alone, as well you know.
Well, I don't know. You probably got a number of the roles there, Eleanor.
Well, that's because people kept dropping out.
I know.
It was not my intent to have a large number of roles.
Yeah. Well, everybody jumped in at some point or another, Dale, but thanks to everybody. Good, good, good.
Bravo! Brava! Bravissima! Everybody.
So you're going to do it again next year?
Yes.
Yes.
and I'm planning to do, assuming I get the go ahead, I'm planning to do Brand on the day of Ibsen's death.
Oh, okay.
The counterpoint of Pierre on his birth. So I would love to have all of you join me for Brand, which is a much shorter and less taxing.
Yeah, that's good.
I meant to ask earlier, how many versions of Peer Gynt are there? Because we were talking previously about different versions.
Actually, we're talking about translations rather than
Yeah.
versions.
Yes.
There's
It
only one
started off as a long dramatic poem, which was then converted into things that people would perform. And of course, Grieg wrote the incidental music for it as well. And it's often done with all that Beth was doing there as well. And he used a different translation for that. There is one sitting around on an Australian Gutenberg site, which is similar but not identical. The problem is, one of the jokes in this is he's poking fun at the people who were complaining about their language and wanting to get it thrown out and use their own language. And about this time, Norway's official language was Danish because it was owned by the Danes, and they were in the process of kicking Denmark out properly, going independent and switching back to Old Norse, which is why Ibsen's so difficult to translate, because it's not a clean language. It's a strange mixture of all sorts of things. Hey, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Hey, congratulations, guys. You did it.
Paul, can you start
Well
my video?
done.
It stopped. I can't
Paul,
start
are
it.
we on for Brand on Ibsen's death day?
Probably.
Good for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Folks, I'm sorry, but I have to leave. I'm sorry, I have to leave. I've got another commitment at 7. So I will take my leave right now. Goodbye, everybody. Take care. It's been
Great work.
Thank you. Excellent work, Jay.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Eleanor, Brava, Angus, all these.
Paul, can you bring Jennifer and Anton's video in?
I don't
Okay, I see Jennifer's video.
I'm not here as host.
Okay, and if you will leave and come back, that should do it.
Okay.
I'll even come back.
Well, I have to leave. I have to leave anyway. But thank you very much for having me in the play. It was
Nice to get into it with you.
Everyone.
Yay.
Shall we end the Zoom?
Thank you, everybody, for being in the play.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you all.
Shall we end the
And Paul, we could do Brand next week instead of waiting that long.
No, we're doing People at Dinner, which Jay and Sean will be in.
Okay, well then a week after that.
Yeah. We probably should cut the YouTube.
No. What?
We probably should cut the YouTube. Who can do that?
Yeah. I'm trying to. I can't actually do that.
Okay.
I'm just letting. Yeah.
Hey, Anton.
Well, I think it was young Pierre was saying that he was going to edit this afterwards.
Okay.
So
yes.
So he will cut this out.
Yeah. I have to go because I too have another commitment. I'm babysitting. So it's been great working with you all. See you later.
Great interacting with you again.
Yeah.
Thank
it
you,
was really
Angus.
good, Tony. Yeah.